Okay, welcome everybody. Just give us a few minutes. We don't want to officially start as yet because there are quite a few people being let in through the waiting room and the meeting room. So please just give us a few minutes. We're just trying to get people in and then we'll start. Thank you. Okay, I think we have quite a few people online. So we're going to start. So we have to respect those who have already dialed in. So on behalf of the Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations, aka CDN, I just want to welcome all of you today. This session is to talk about the declarations that came out of the recently held leadership retreat in Toronto of the Southern Cameroonian groups that met to talk about the ongoing conflict. So special thank you to the international community. I can see quite a few of you dialed on here, our stakeholders, our partners. We also want to thank the local and international media who are dialed on as well. We want to thank our fellow countrymen and women who are bearing the brunt of this back home in Southern Cameroon's ground zero, and also the refugees on ground one, and the rest of our brothers and sisters scattered around the world. So thank you so much for joining us. This is going to be a session to talk about those declarations and take some question and answers. And the delegates are here. CDN is just a facilitator. The delegates themselves will answer those questions and hear from you. But before we start, I would like to call on Reverend Nditeme Charlemagne, who is on the line, to please open this up with a word of prayer so that our deliberations can be blessed. So Reverend Nditeme, if you're on, I can see you. We will have you unmuted so you can give a word of prayer. Mike?
Okay, let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Creator of humankind, Creator of heaven and earth, we thank you immensely for this privilege and another occasion for the delegates of Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiation, as well as our international partners, to congregate virtually through this medium to discuss the Toronto Declaration and to make inputs. We pray for others who have not yet signed in. Grant, O Father, that they join us. We pray and seek for peace. We pray and seek for peace that is based on truth, based on justice in our country. We pray, Eternal Rock of Ages, that you help us, O Lord, even as you did to the children of Israel, that bloodshed, the spilling of human blood would come to an end. It hurts and pains us to see little children, innocent and harmless, killed mercilessly. It hurts and pains us to see women, to see the elderly, and to see the desperate and the poor. Oh Lord, our God, may you intervene. Use each and every one participating in this forum, in this discussion, Lord, to bring good ideas, to contribute positively. And at the end of it all, we pray that you and you alone, you take the glory. We pray for mutual respect for each other's opinion, even where we think differently. Oh Lord, may you lead and may we follow. This is our prayer offered in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Reverend. So the way this program is going to run, as I said before, CDN is just a facilitator. So I'm going to hand over to the other co-chair, Dennis Foretier, who will say a few words. And then after that, we will hand over to our moderator for today, Professor Hyson Wana Sama, who will be moderating the panel and taking questions for our delegates, who will be the real people running the show today. So I'll hand over to our co-chair, Dennis Foretier, for a few words.
Thank you, Judith, and thank you to our delegates and everyone joining this forum today, and also for everyone who is watching online or through other platforms. It is really a humbling opportunity for me as one of the co-chairs of the coalition to welcome you all here today after what has been a very grueling but very fulfilling and promising Toronto retreat. I want to start by really echoing what Judith said earlier, to thank all of you in particular, all the delegates, the frontline leaders, those of you who are here on the call today, some of you who joined us in Toronto but are not able to join this call today, and also other leaders who were not able to make it to Toronto but contributed in various ways to ensure that Toronto was the success and is the success that it is. I want to really echo a couple of things today. First, this Toronto Declaration is really the output of all your work, and we could not be prouder of this accomplishment. The one thing that it does is it confirms what we already know, that Southern Cameroonians are folks who are extremely talented, extremely gifted, extremely focused, and irrespective of certain tactical differences, are aligned on the strategic goals of the people of Southern Cameroon. And this is a very humbling recognition, something we already knew, but something that the Toronto retreat confirmed, and confirmed not just to ourselves, but to the entire world, that Southern Cameroonians are people who are determined, who know what they want, and who, when they put their heads together, are going to figure out how to get there. So I want to thank you all for that, for the level of candor and the level of forthrightness that took place in Toronto, and that has continued since Toronto to where we are today, in making sure that there is consensus building that takes us one step further to definitively resolving what is the Southern Cameroon problem, what is the Anglophone problem, as some people tend to say it, but what it is the issue of self-determination for the Southern Cameroonians. So it reminds us again today of our collective strength, which is what we all know we have to lean on. The last thing I would say is that this, as you all know, and as you all have decided, is a beginning of a journey that would have fits and starts, but a journey that we believe is going to take us to a particular destination, one where this conflict will be resolved definitively. And we know that in order for that to happen, in order for us to be able to make tangible progress, we would really have to continue conversations like this. We would have to continue conversations like this to ensure that all our differences could be heard and each and every one of us could feel heard in the process. And slowly but surely, we will continue to make progress towards attaining our objectives. And we believe that as we discuss the Toronto retreat today and the declaration, we believe that this declaration that you all sign up for will be carried on to its ultimate destination. And so I want to thank you again. And we are here, as Judith said, to be able to help facilitate all of this. And we are really thankful for all our international partners and everyone who made this possible and who is there to continue to help us as we move the agenda forward. So thank you very much. And I will welcome right now Professor Saman Wana to help us moderate this session. Prof. Wana, please, over to you.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, good evening. I hope there's no good mornings. We don't know where people are in their parts of the world. So my name is Saman Wana. I'm really pleased to be a member of the CDN, and all protocols respected, all protocols duly respected. And I think the co-chairs, Judith Wana and Dr. Dennis Foritier, have said everything. So I just want to give some simple guidelines as to what we're trying to achieve today. In my role as facilitating this session, it is all the participants who came to Toronto's session. So my job here is just to facilitate, as both co-chairs have said. So let me say three core important things. The first is really for both people who attended, but also people who did not attend Toronto. What we want to do here is to almost bring you into how the decisions were made, almost bring you into a part of Toronto to see how transparent both the pillars were arrived at, which went into Toronto, and the resolutions which came out of those particular pillars. So how transparent that whole process was. Because you must have seen on social media some of the comments from some parts of Southern Cameroonians about the Toronto process. So we really want to make that very transparent as possible, how the whole process, we went into it with all the different pillars, how those pillars were arrived at, and how the resolutions were arrived at, using people like you who were all in Toronto with us. The second key point I really want to make, which I think it's important, is if, for those of you who know, there was a really big educational theme to the whole Toronto retreat on lessons learned from everywhere in the world, other conflict zones in the world on dialogue and negotiations. And if some of the key messages that came out of Toronto were, one, we have to start with a multi-party, multi-issue first part of the whole process, dialogue amongst us Southern Cameroonians. And that's what happened at the retreat in Toronto. And that's what we are reporting on this call today. So that whole multi-party, multi-issue. So that's why we've got the multiple pillars, issues amongst us Southern Cameroonians. We need to get that dialogue amongst ourselves first, before we go on to the second stage, which is the bilateral sort of coalition, dialogue and negotiations with La République du Cameroon. So that was very, very clear. And so part of Toronto was all around this multi-party, multi-issue dialogue amongst Southern Cameroonians. And as you've just heard from the co-chair, Dr. Dennis Foritier, it was made very clear to us that this is going to be the beginning of a process, hopefully not a marathon process, but it's certainly not a sprint. It's certainly not a sprint that's going to happen in a very short time. So there would have to be similar retreats going forward. So in the light of those two things I've just said, trying to open up what happened in Toronto and some of those key lessons we learned in Toronto in terms of multi-party, multi-issue dialogue amongst ourselves before we ever found ourselves in a bilateral set of negotiations with La République. Permit me now that the role I'm going to be playing this afternoon is where part of the afternoon is going to be talking about the resolutions themselves, but more specifically calling on you, the delegates who were there, to explain how we got to some of those, asking you questions how we got to those resolutions, how the resolutions were arrived at the retreat itself, and even permit me to also ask questions about some of the pre-retreat discussions about how we even went into Toronto with some of those pillars. So this is all in the spirit of being as transparent as possible. So with that in mind, the rest of the sessions going forward now going to be, I'm going to call on some parties who are at Toronto to make some statements of no more than 3 to 5 minutes in order. And then we're going to now go on to start talking about those pillars. We had 4 pillars in Toronto. We're going to go and talk about those pillars. So how we got to those pillars in the first place, how the resolutions were derived from those particular pillars, and how we even had some pre-discussions before we even went to Toronto about those pillars in the first place to make it as transparent as possible. Then after we go through that, there's going to be a Q&A session, a significant Q&A session for at least an hour. Then we're going to close that. Then I'm going to pass it back to my CDN Executive Steering Committee colleagues to close the session. So without any further ado, with those opening remarks, let me call on AGOVC, who is our representative from AGOVC today. Mike, please. Is it Dr. Julius?
I believe Dr. Nyi is on.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I was trying to unmute the microphone.
Yeah. 5 minutes.
How many minutes do I have? I tend to talk a lot. All right. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Dr. Nyi, 5.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. So thank you all, especially the CDN, especially the moderator and the co-moderator for this session, and the moderators for the retreat in Toronto last month. Also, I would like to extend my salutations to the international community, to Ambazonians at home and in the diaspora who are watching us. I think this is being streamed live, isn't it? So to start with, I just want to give a little bit of background for about a minute, Dogo. This retreat and the outcome of the retreat is coming in the background of previous initiatives. However, this is quite different in the fact that Ambazonians have realized that in order to pursue the quest for our freedom, it was necessary for us to build cohesion. It was necessary for us to lay down some ground principles, to come up with some ideas in terms of brainstorming, but also to learn from international partners that have engaged in a similar, either directly or indirectly, in similar struggles. So with this in the background, who are we Ambazonians and what do we want? And how do we approach negotiations and mediation to the conflict between Ambazonia and Cameroon was the 4 key themes of the retreat last month. However, we should understand that a Cameroon that we are fighting does not understand the language or the argument of force until you match them iron for iron, method for method. They do not understand the force of argument either. Why? Because Cameroon is this entrenched totalitarian regime. It is this dictatorship that has engulfed Ambazonia, and most of us witnessed the president of Cameroon, Paul Biya, in 2019 in Paris, where he declared openly, and it's in records, that the problem between Ambazonia and Cameroon is that Cameroon wanted to assimilate us and it failed. So they wanted to turn us into slaves and to become Francophones, whereas we are separate from historical, from sociological, and from economic and political perspective through colonialism and through our entrenched African values and norms within the Gulf of Guinea. So with that in mind, the stand of the AGOVC and those that were present as well was that we are pursuing a quest for self-determination, because as a totalitarian regime, Cameroon neither understands that it has an obligation under international law to respect the right of Ambazonia or of ethnic people that have been defined by the African court in Banjul, that Ambazonia has a unique identity which is separate from Cameroon. So we agreed that self-determination is the root cause of the problem that we have with Cameroon, that Ambazonia has with Cameroon. It is also worth noting that with self-determination being our sole problem, or that is the main issue that has brought us to where we are, it is also the case that we have been fighting Cameroon for 60 years. It only took a different and a more accentuated turn in 2017. Therefore, we think and believe that if we've been fighting Cameroon,
2 minutes, Dr. Nye.
Thanks a lot. That if we've been fighting Cameroon for the last 60 years, it is time for us to come as a people, because within those 60 years, there had been different factions and certain initiatives had been put in place in order to bring us together, but some of them have failed, or most of them have failed. The ones that have not failed were too timid or less bold in order to match Cameroon iron for iron, method for method, in the way they try to assimilate or they try to refuse our right to self-determination or to exist. So we are fighting an existential threat. With this in mind, we also resolve that negotiations to end this crisis must follow international standards, and that if we are going to negotiate with Cameroon, it's not to negotiate some form of cohabitance with Cameroon, it's to negotiate for Cameroon to pay for 60 years of thuggery, to pay for 60 years of genocide, to pay for 60 years of maiming and denial of a people's right to self-determination. We as Ambazonians, I think we are more determined and we are capable to send Cameroon packing out of Ambazonia, inch by inch, block by block, street by street, quarter by quarter, community by community. And until this happens, Ambazonians will not rest. We will fight as a people. We will fight as if this revolution or this war depended on us all. And we will make sure that we bequeath to the next generation a free and prosperous Ambazonia. We will make sure that Cameroon pays for its occupation illegally, for its killing of our people, burning down of villages, causing internally displaced as well as many refugees scattered around the world. We will make sure that Cameroon soldiers going into Ambazonia are preemptively and proactively pursued, and they will go back in their body bags as we have been doing. We are more capable. Ambazonia, the future is bright. The people that gathered in Toronto were more solid in their arguments and in the need to collaborate, and that collaboration has seen a bit more impetus in it after the Toronto retreat. We ask you all to support the CDN and these movements that came together, and that through our international partners, we congratulate you once more and appreciate your insights into how things of this nature are run and how they function and how possible they can be resolved. We would look upon you as well as the CDN in order to provide a little bit more guidance or capacity building in the coming months and years until Ambazonia is free. We want you to remain friends of Ambazonia. We want you to understand that Cameroon has lost legitimacy in Ambazonia. The boys and girls fighting on the ground control their blocks, and they are instituting systems and processes and structures to govern themselves. Hail, hail Ambazonia, hail, hail land of glory. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Julius Nye, for speaking for AGOV-C. So we had two clear messages from him: self-determination and collaboration, and those were some of the key themes that came out of Toronto. So over to the interim government IG Care. Is it Yerima, Daphne Yerima, or Prof. Anyangwe, who is on the line?
Yerima.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Coordinator. I'm sorry, since we returned yesterday and I'm having a bad flu, so my voice is not very good. Well, comrades in our revolution, members of the international community, ladies and gentlemen, accept revolutionary greetings from President Sekou Ayub Tabe and his team in jail, who are operating on all cylinders. President Sekou Tabe has always called on Amazonians to work together in our war of liberation. We have done that from day one, since we accepted the responsibility to liberate our people, and the interim government is committed and will do all to work collaboratively. That has been the case. Our mandate as frontline leaders or group leaders is to liberate our people from 6 decades of oppression, colonization, and spoliation. It is an honorable calling if we stay people-centric, build trust, be humble, tolerant, and work collectively to meet the aspirations of our oppressed people. Our decisions and actions should bring the hope that, or which gives them the confidence that freedom is coming tomorrow. Our work on the 4 pillars in Toronto is clear proof we can do this and do it well. We must be cautious so that we do not add pain to the injury that our people are going through right now, because it may set them against us. To succeed, consultation with one another must be our key objective as we work together. Let us use our social media platforms to send the right messages to the world that we are more united than divided, and there is beauty in diversity. The Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiation has provided us the platform to build bridges and send true messages to the international community. I believe if we do this, it will help us collaborate effectively and make the moment ripe for any mediation process that will find a lasting solution to our war of liberation with La République du Cameroon. And to the international community, the ongoing armed conflict in the territory of the Southern Cameroons has finally redefined itself. It has redefined itself from a war simply of self-defense against the predatory onslaught of France and its vassal state of French Cameroon to a decolonization war. It is a decolonization war against France, French Cameroon, and its hawkish Bulu-Beti minority tribe. The tribe dominates and controls the government, the legislature, the judiciary, and the military in French Cameroon. It believes the people of Southern Cameroons and their territory must remain imprisoned under French Cameroon colonization, spoliation, and occupation. The United Nations Security Council has so far failed to assume its responsibility under Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations to deal with French Cameroon's colonial war in Southern Cameroons. In these circumstances, it is not inconceivable that the Southern Cameroons abandons the self-defense posture to which it has so far restrained itself in accordance with Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. It may eventually go on the offensive and broaden its offensive posture by targeting economic and social infrastructures in French Cameroon that support the country's war efforts in the same way social and economic infrastructures in Southern Cameroons continue to be targeted by the French Cameroon army. We have never stood against any sweet-led facilitation process. The process lacks integrity, progress, and commitment from the government of La République du Cameroon. In our resolutions from the retreat in Toronto, we have set out guiding principles which will boost the Swiss-led facilitation process. And let me use this opportunity to thank members of the international community who've added their voices to call on both parties to be willing to commit to a mediation process. Fellow Amazonians, inasmuch as the international community is showing some interest in our rights to self-determination, we must not wait on them to make the time right for us. We must make the time right for the international community to act fast and responsible too. We must make the time right for La République to commit to a process. We may think time is on our side, but it's not. For those of us who are still hanging on the fence, waiting for Moses to come, we are our Moses. We must do our part in our different groups, and when we put them together in our collaborative platform, created by CDN, we win big. As your IG, we believe that all our children need access to good quality education, in a safe and peaceful environment. Our people need access to humanitarian aid and human rights protection this time of war. We'll continue to work on the resolutions agreed on in Toronto to deliver on these issues. I want to thank CDN for providing this platform, which brings us together, gives us direct access to the international community, and I urge the CDN to continue to bring all Amazonian groups together. Thank you.
Thank you, VP Yarima. You heard from him very clearly key things around building trust, collaborations, and that, as we keep saying, the CDN only provides a platform for this building of this trust building amongst the various groups. Without any further ado, let's go on to Dr. Raymond Asongwe of the Ambazonian Military Force, please. Dr. Asongwe, you've got the floor. 5 minutes. Do we have Dr. Asongwe, or should I move on?
Well, yes, you do.
Yes, we do. Okay. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, compatriots. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by reiterating the comments of some of my the people who preceded this discussion today, and I appreciate the CDN for this initiative. I want to just briefly extend the appreciation of the members of the Council of the AMF who are using the initiative as a participating force within the initiative of safeguarding our people's strives for survival against the annihilating force of the La République du Cameroon. We attended the conference in Toronto because we believe that the CDN would be share our desire for realizing the initiative that we had begun in Cameroon by bringing our people together. This is what we in the CDN believe, that we need to be able to come together, talk to each other face to face, participate.
Dr. Songwe, sorry to bother you. Any chance you could adjust your camera so we can see?
Okay, that's right.
Thank you, sir.
I'm using a computer.
Okay, so just proceed, sir. Proceed, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Is that any better? Oh, sorry.
A bit, but just proceed, sir. Just proceed.
So we without much ado, we have indicated in our initial conversations with the CDN that we participated there because we want to have the ability to share the common ideas and goals. We believe that the only way in which Ambazonia will be free is by bringing the forces on the ground together to collaborate and share intelligence, safeguard our people's desire to go to school, our children's desire to be educated, our people's desire to protect themselves against the invading and marauding force of La République du Cameroon. We believe that in the process of in the pursuit of this goal, the AMF wants to be able to bring the people who are at war to be able to initiate the discussions with all the forces that are on the ground, including humanitarian forces, humanitarian organization, including schools, including we do not in any way believe that our people should not go to school or should not feed and live together. Our initiative as AMF is not only to fight war, it's to protect our people, is to make sure that the forces that are on the ground do not allow for any violation of international law by making sure that the Geneva Convention is respected fully and and authoritatively. We believe that we can participate fully in liberating our country by talking to various forces, by bringing together, talking to the ADF, talking to the SOCADEF, and any other force that is interested in liberating Ambazonia. We do not believe in collaboration that does not involve military participation, because after 60 years of torture, maiming, some of us that have been in this revolution for more than 30 years have realized that there is no way we can ever sit with Cameroon on par and talk politics and reach a resolution. So by participating in military operations and collaboration among forces that are responsible for liberating this country, we are doing what our people want. And I believe that CDN is supporting us by bringing us together in order that we interact with forces that are non-participating in the military force. This is what we are out to do. We are out in AMF. Number one principle is to make sure that our people are defended against the marauding forces of La République de Cameroon. We are there to make sure that our people collaborate amongst each other, the forces collaborate amongst each other and prevent a crossfire among our forces. And thirdly, we want to safeguard our population, our school children, from being wiped out on a daily basis by these marauding forces of La République de Cameroon. This is all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Songwe. Again, very, very clear message around collaboration amongst even the armed groups like AMF, SOCADEF, and ADF. Without any further ado, Southern Cameroon's Civil Society Consortium, please, John Bakuro. Mr. Akuro, you're online. Mike, can you confirm that Mr. Akuro is online?
Yes, I'm right online. I'm just trying to. I was trying to switch device, but I think I can go right here. Can you get me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Mr. Akuro. Thank you.
Okay, awesome.
You've got 3 to 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Yes, from the consortium's perspective, we believe that the Toronto retreat was, a landmark event. Landmark because it gave us the opportunity to, among ourselves, be able to, examine some of the key and should I say strategic issues that are supposed to enable us advance our cause for freedom. With much ease. I think for the first time in a long while, we had the opportunity to have a frank exchange. We had the opportunity to tell members of the international community who were present how we feel about the way they have looked at our struggle, the way they have interacted with our liberation movement, and also outline how we believe that things can be done better. I should point out that rising from Toronto, we are extremely optimistic that a lot of things will in the near future be done better than they were done before. Our constant and permanent quest for a common platform that should serve as a clearinghouse for us to either resolve intergroup movement or organization disputes, and also to do common strategies for sectors that require collective action. I think this quest really became clearer in Toronto. And today we are excited that the CDN provides a platform that can handle these teething issues. I should also note that the Toronto retreat gave room also for all stakeholders to see clearly the nitty-gritties of international mediation. And the quest for a multi-mediation in a situation like that in the southern Cameroons, was made more shouting, and it became very eloquent to the international partners present that the people of the southern Cameroons are aware of the functioning of the international system, that the people of the southern Cameroons have a sense of direction, that the people of Ambazonia know where they are headed, and that today, more than ever before, we are willing to tell whoever has ears to listen that we are tired, completely tired of any form of relationship with La République du Cameroun, and that we are ready triumphantly to assert our inalienable right to self-determination. I want to take this opportunity to share with all participants the key aspirations of the consortium. We are delighted that during this retreat, the pillars that were identified and worked on encompass the vision that we have had right from inception, that of ensuring general cohesion, total collaboration among the various groups, and general consultation before major decisions are taken. I want to use this opportunity, therefore, to impress onto others that we should not let the flame go down. We should, as a matter of fact, demonstrate to all those who didn't participate, all those groups that are still outside of this platform, to realize that Toronto did not just mean words, that it also meant action. That in the way we function, in our interactions, in the general consultations, that we shall show proof of before taking any major decision that will impact our struggle, that will impact our liberation movement. We will, by that, be demonstrating to the others that it is possible. It is possible to achieve this dream, because for a good lot of Southern Cameroonians, they still fear that the fissures that have existed between us are so strong that they may make it impossible for us to ever, work together as a unit to achieve our objective. So thank you, CDN, for providing this platform, and we pray that continually we shall consult with one another to make sure that the others who are still outside of this platform see the need to join hands. We may face obstacles, we may face difficulties, but that should not discourage us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akuro. Again, you heard Mr. Akuro really go in and start digging deep into the whole multi-party, multi-issue first part of any dialogue and negotiations that I talked about earlier before we ever get into any bilateral, and his strong endorsement for inviting others who are currently outside this platform to come in, because if we've got the international observers, it is not likely that the international observers are going to be observing on multiple 3, 4, 5 platforms out there. Okay, without any further ado, let me move on to the Southern Cameroon National Council, SCNC. Dr. Abo, please. After Dr. Abo will be Madam Irene Alobede. So let's start with Dr. Abo. Are you on? Mike?
Yes, he's on. I'm just trying to unmute him.
Okay, thank you.
All right, he's still muted, so we can carry on. Yes, please.
Should we move to Ms. Irene Alobede, please, of the Southern Cameroon Women's League? I'll come back to Dr. Abo.
No, we don't have her at this point. So I think
anybody from there?
Not at this point.
Okay, SCYC, Southern Cameroon Youth Congress. Jennifer, Madam Jennifer Tangier. Is she on?
Jennifer's on.
Yeah,
Jennifer.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Madam.
Okay. Yeah. Good day, everyone. My name is Jennifer. I am representing the SCYC, And I want to start by thanking the CDN for providing us with this platform to sit and deliberate and see how we can work collectively with each other and try to find a solution for our people. I represent the Southern Cameroon Youth Congress. And when I say youth, I mean people who are even up to 50 years old, because La République du Cameroon has made adults 50 and even over feel like they're youths because they do not have the right jobs or the right things that they need as adults to even take care of their own family. The SCYC stands for complete freedom or independence by all means from the Republic of Cameroon. We are here because we wish to work together with other groups, and we thank the CDN for helping us facilitate conversation, and we continue to work together in collectivity to facilitate the fact that we have to continue our internal dialogue, because for the international community to start working with us and understanding us, we have to continue speaking in one voice. So I stand here as the representative of that group, the Southern Cameroon Youth Congress, to say we want to work together with other groups, and we also plead with the other groups to try and regulate some of the rhetorics we see out there that are really kind of contradicting to our collectivity. So it's a process. And I know I will add more as we go, but I want to just state the fact that we are here, and we thank the CDN for being one of the the primary platform that has finally got it. They've got it right somehow. They've understood that it's not about imposing to leadership or to the people. It's about dialoguing and facilitating. So we hope that other groups who are not on this platform can try to come on board so we can continue to talk, because as the international community may know or may not know, platforms like this have been tried in the past. They've failed multiple times. CDN has successfully brought together so many stakeholders of this revolution, and we hope that in understanding and respect through dialogue and conversation, we'll get to the goal of helping our people. And we speak for the youths who are also on the ground. They're extremely exhausted, and they want to see a solution, but they're not ready to give up because they are not ready to go back to La République or back to where they were, because for them it's lose it all or gain a country. So I yield. Thank you.
If somebody is speaking, they're muted. We can't hear you.
So thank you. So thank you very much, Jennifer. A clear message again on collaboration. And I'm glad you mentioned that we really discuss a lot about being very careful about what we put out there on social media to the rest of the Southern Cameroonian community. So thank you very much for that. And whilst doing that, can I just remind everybody that Toronto was really replete not only with women's groups, as you've just heard from Jennifer, the armed groups, church groups, civil society groups, groups representing the youth, cultural groups. So we really wanted to get as much of a representative sample of the Southern Cameroonians population as possible. Dr. Abo, is Dr. Abo back on mic? Did you manage to mute him, unmute him?
Let me
if
try.
not,
1 second. I'll try again.
or if not, Irene and Lobwede, either of them.
No, I don't see.
Okay, without any further ado, then Eleanor Hagen then from Germany. Eleanor, how are you? Eleanor of SKEW, Southern Cameroon European Women.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. How are you?
Okay, so thank you so very much. In fact, thank you to the CDN, thank you to the international observers that we had, to the experts that we had in Toronto. Yeah, I represent the Southern Cameroon European Women SKEW, and it is needless to say that we are for the total restoration of our statehood. So that said, the Toronto event was one of its kind, given that for the first time, as many of our comrades have already reiterated, for the very first time, we were able to address aspects systematically in a structured manner. Many of us have spoken, many of the comrades have spoken about the need for collaboration. And I love what Comrade Jumba Akuru said about it not only being on paper, but also reflected through our actions. The past weeks after Toronto have not really reflected that picture. So we are urging that we try to reflect that it is very, very important if we want this thing to be what we aspire it to be. So given that many of our comrades have already talked about this aspect of collaboration, which is the key to the 4 pillars that we did discuss in Toronto, given that many of them have already said something on that, I would like to also touch the point of our of the humanitarian aid, the education, and the human rights. We have work to do. We've got work to do. We cannot neglect our people on the ground. We cannot neglect the human rights abuses that are taking place every day. Our women, girls are going through a lot. So this, to me, to us, SKU, that these aspects were addressed was very, very important. Of course, all the 4 pillars are extremely important. And one thing that I would like to say here is that, given the experience again from the past weeks from Toronto, we seem not to know the chronology of how these things happen. We cannot be talking of mediation without, first of all, having ourselves coming together as one body, to speak as one body. That is very important. We have to do that. So it is important that we look at these 4 pillars, see which one comes first, address them. There are some that go parallel, but we need to know in which order that these aspects run. And for that, the CDN has given us that platform, has given us the resources that we need. They are there to facilitate this for us, and we are happy. SKU is very thankful to the CDN for providing this platform and promising to keep with the process, or to keep facilitating the process, keep helping us wherever we need that help. So for that, I think that as comrades who have been fighting in this revolution for the past 5 years, this is the time to grab the opportunity. We cannot let it go. So once more, thank you, CDN. Thank you, our fellow comrades who have been so committed to this, our struggle till date. Thank you.
We've just had Mrs. Hagan really emphasize one of the key areas that really came very strongly during the deliberations in Toronto, which is around women and girls. And they're usually a significant casualty of armed conflicts like we're having here right now. So without any further ado, is there any, I just want to go back to Irene Lobwether or to Dr. Agbo. If not, then we're going to start discussing some of, can I just call on Barrister Agbo Bala, if he's on. I know we're not quite yet talking about the pillars yet, but you're on the ground in Cameroon. It'd just be nice to have a view from you as well, if you don't mind. 3 minutes, please, Barrister Agbo Bala.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you. Thank you, CDN. Thank you all those who are currently participating today. I just want to say thank you, CDN, for bringing us together. Thank you, CDN, for allowing us to discuss on divergent issues, to disagree without necessarily being disagreeable. Thank you, CDN, for making us understand that all of us belong to the territory, and that we might have different opinions on the way we look at things, but that we have a lot of things that bring us together, and that we have issues that we should focus on, or we can focus on, in spite of our differences, the humanitarian, the human rights situation that cuts across each and every one in our community. Thank you, CDN, also for trying to make everyone understand the importance and the need for people to work together. Perhaps the term collaboration, I want to say work together. People might collaborate with people they don't necessarily want to work together with, but work together on a myriad of issues and showing mutual respect to each other. Thank you, CDN, also for bringing us together to build synergy. I think that those who were in Toronto could look each other in the eyes and build a relationship that was just beyond social media. And that can be, that has been followed up. I mean, I think some of us and some others also have been entrenching and widening their relationship that was created as a result of Toronto. I think this is very important because it is easy to throw stones on social media, but when people meet each other face to face or eyeball to eyeball, I mean, they try to understand each other and build a relationship that goes beyond just Toronto. I hope and pray that we would have more of this kind of retreat, more of this kind of discussions, but also that if we are people-centric, we should take into consideration the wishes and aspirations of the people on the ground. And when I mean of the people, I mean all the people on the ground of all shades of opinion. Because if you want to have a state, if you want to rule, you rule everybody. You don't pick and choose. And the attitude of your way or the highway, it's antithetical to a democratic state. We are not going to build a North Korea where everybody has to have a monolithic way of thinking. We have to have a pluralistic society where people will disagree without trying to kill or trying to throw stones on others. Let us look at the people on the ground. Issues, for example, like kids going to school, that's something we discussed in Toronto, and I think that we should pick it up because when you speak to any sane person in the international community, they still don't understand what is going on, you know, and that is something that we should not be doing politics, we should not be doing grandstanding, we should not be talking to our bases, we should speak, I mean, like people also who have gone to school and who understand and they know the importance of education in a community. And that is something also. Human rights violations also is something that we discussed in Toronto. And I wish to reiterate that human rights violations should be looked across the board. It should be human rights violations we should condemn when the military forces attack, invade, burn our villages, kill our people, destroy our buildings, but we should equally be honest when those fighting also kidnap people and ask for ransom and also maim the hands of people, because we cannot build a society without being honest enough to address some of the burning issues. To me, those are issues that I think that the frontline leaders should be able to discuss. We equally talked about, I think, and this is something also that's very close to my heart. I've spoken to some of the guys who I spoke to, Seven Qatar, I spoke to AMF and to others. We need to have a uniform training on the Geneva Conventions. I think it's something that we need to do. And those who have boots on the ground, they are taking it serious. I told some of them that we are ready to help. We are ready to cooperate, to do some training, some basic information, some one-on-one on the Geneva Convention, on what we are not supposed to do in a war situation. I hope that we can follow up, CDN can help us to follow up this discussion so that at least whilst we are engaging in the battle, we should equally understand that there are some respects. I mean, we have to give to our people that we are supposed to protect. I want to thank CDF for bringing me and others in contact with some of the people that we would not have met. Continue to do what is good in spite of the criticisms. Just be focused, but equally also try to stretch your hand to those who did not attend, in spite of the fact that some of them might try to water down the importance of Toronto. You should not follow their method. CDN, you are bringing people together, and as a group.
Can somebody mute Ms. O'Keefe? Okay, thank you.
As a group bringing people together, you should understand that stones will be thrown at you, but don't give up. Try to see how you can bring a particular group also, like the IG or the other faction of the IG. I said in Toronto that I don't like to call groups by names because it entrenches dictatorship and the strong person rather than the strong institution syndrome. The other IG that was not present, try to get them on board, because I think that they have a role also to play. Okay, it's a lot of politics. We might understand. We might not like, some people might not like them, but let us understand that they also are Southern Cameroonians. They also have a vested interest. They are a major stakeholder also, just like others. They are frontline leaders. Something has to be done to get them involved. On that note, I want to say thank you, and may God continue to bless us.
Thank you very much, Barrister Agbobala. So I think it was quite fitting that we end on you for this part of the program. Obviously, Barrister Agbobala represents the Center for Human Rights and Democracy Africa, based in Buea. And he really spoke to, that's even when we do disagree, because there are going to be times when we do disagree amongst ourselves within the context of a multi-party, multi-issue sort of a scenario, that dialogue that we're going amongst ourselves now. There will be many, many opportunities to disagree, but let's disagree disagreeably. And that was agreeably, let's disagree agreeably. And that was one of the key principles of Toronto. And for the first time, by just getting a platform like this, which got people to meet one another, it's very, very difficult to spat out things on social media to somebody you've actually met and interacted with and had lunch or dinner with. And we hope some of those boundaries and some of those barriers were broken down by the CDN just providing that platform in Toronto. He also talked about honesty, and he also talked about a very important area about even if the military groups, they really should be abiding by the Geneva Convention. And we are going to definitely take that up on board with Barrister Agbobala. So with that, I would like now to move on to the sessions where we start talking about these pillars. So you've heard repeatedly the pillars that took us to Toronto, and which we contacted all the groups before we went to Toronto, before those pillars came about, and the discussion around those pillars, which has resulted in the resolutions. How did that happen? So just want to remind everybody on the call that there were 4 essential pillars that really drove most of our work in Toronto. The first was dialogue and collaboration within the leadership of the struggle. So that is all of these different groups, armed, non-armed, women, youths, church, civil society, like you've just heard from Barrister Agbobala, cultural. So all of those different shades of the Southern Cameroonian society, all of those leadership groups, the platform is there to really help drive that dialogue and collaboration within the leadership of the struggle. And I think you've just heard a subsection of some of those voices over the past hour. Then the second key pillar was on education. You know, schools have been heavily impacted in Southern Cameroons and Bazonia. Access to humanitarian aid and human rights protection. So that's obviously very key. You heard my colleague Elena Hagen talking to some degree about that. The third pillar was on guiding principles for negotiations. What are really the guiding principles for negotiations? And this is one of those areas where we were schooled and educated quite a fair bit by all some of our international partners who were there with us, actually schooling us on the 101s on principles of negotiation. And the fourth pillar was on the framework for international mediation. So first pillar, dialogue and leadership. Let's start with that. And if Dr. Akwinga doesn't mind, I would like Dr. Akwinga to come online, and I would just like him to talk about the resolution that we arrived at there, and for him to point out as clearly as he can how we arrived at those resolutions. Dr. Akwinga, please.
Yes, thank you, Professor Ngwana. I don't know. Am I supposed to read what we adopted under that pillar?
You can remind everybody, of course you can, and then go on to explain how we got there, sir. Thank you. Okay, so on dialogue and collaboration within the leadership of the struggle, we accept the call and desire from all Southern Cameroonians to work together in the attainment of their collective aspirations by putting them first, so that our shared values are channeled in a constructive and consistent approach. We agree to, one, henceforth, work together to build trust, respect, tolerance, and courtesy as we work with humility towards consensus during this first stage of the international dialogue and negotiations. Two, unify our efforts for the defense of the legitimate rights and aspirations of the people of Ambazonia, of the Southern Cameroons, so Ambazonia. Three, commit to a memorandum of understanding on communications, etiquette, and the use of social media that would be elaborated on and undertake more information and awareness activities. Four, minimize the use of aggressive, confrontational, hostile, and discourteous language amongst ourselves and Southern Cameroonians, and strive to use language that builds on the gains we have made. Five, promote team and trust building efforts that seek to build us together to foster the aspirations of the people of the Southern Cameroons. Six, set up frameworks and metrics for collaboration amongst ourselves. Seven, use all appropriate means recognized under international law to pursue the self-determination quest for our people. And eight, set up a working platform supported and facilitated by the CDN, where the leadership meets periodically to share views, information, and to access disagreements. So thank you so much. So now, can you just go on to tell us what was behind the discussions that led to these declarations? I should correct myself. Declarations, sir. So over to you. Yes. Before we went to the retreats, the CDN reached out to all participating organizations for their input, for their proposals with regards to all the themes that have been mentioned here. This one being one of the themes. The AIPC, which I represent, made proposals which are all reflected in the resolutions that we've adopted. And judging from the spirit of the retreat, everybody left the place happy, meaning that these resolutions reflect to a large extent what they also proposed. So I think generally we are in agreement. Okay, thank you very much. Without any further ado, is Salih on board? Because I just want to, I'll flick between pillars a bit, just to make sure that we get very comfortable with the pillars, but you can see very clearly what pillar one and what we declared after the Toronto retreat. Salih, are you on board? Mike?
Yes, I am.
Salih, if you do not mind, hi Salih, good evening, Mama. Can you just introduce the second resolution? You're on the ground in Cameroon. I'm very sensitive to colleagues like you, comrades like you, who are actually on the ground in Cameroon. The second pillar, obviously, is very much on education, access to humanitarian aid, and human rights protection. Mike, if you can put the declaration on the screen, and if Masale can do what she wants, but I would love her to really get us to what was behind the discussions that informed what we declared after the Toronto retreat. Over to you, Masale.
Okay, on education, access to humanitarian aid and human rights protection, a lot of conversations went on. And what was beautiful about the conversations was that despite the political linings of different groups and even the civil society represented, we recognize the fact that over 700,000 children were out of school. And in some communities, 30% of those schools, especially in rural communities, were not functional. And that the right to life, the right to education, and to humanitarian aid and human rights are inalienable. We have to offer it to the people on the ground. So we agreed to, I will just read it the way they are, promote the rights of children to education, especially through community schools, encourage parents to consider safety and security conditions in making educational choices for school children, support provision of access for humanitarian workers and assistance of all victims of the armed conflict, and call on aid workers to abide by international humanitarian law, especially in armed conflicts. Safeguard the rights and dignity of all Southern Cameroonians, especially children and women. Meet to elaborate a detailed framework and metrics to enhance the education, humanitarian access, collaboration, and the rights of Southern Cameroonians. I would like to comment here that so many issues were burning, but when it came to education, access to humanitarian aid and human rights protection, every faction, irrespective of where they belong, following the political lineage, were agreed on that these are a must-do for the people of Southern Cameroons. So the agreement here was strict and members committed to it, delegates committed to it, because we understand that irrespective of what we want, we need a population that is healthy and hearty to be able to be part of whatever political conversation, to be able to join whatever group they wish to. So we look forward to better days for Southern Cameroonians on the ground like myself, where the political demands, where the violent actions will respect the people's right to education, access to humanitarian aid, and their human rights as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Masale. I'll just follow from Pillar 2. Emmanuel Agbo from the Southern Cameroons Congress of the People, SCOOP. Could you just add on to what you've heard from Salim Boumi on the Pillar 2 as well, please?
Yeah, I want to greet the House and thank you all for making time to attend this meeting to listen to us. Yeah, there was a lot of debate on this because I don't know if you're getting me.
Yes, we are, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, there was a lot of debate on this because the burning of the schools, the shootings in hospitals, the shooting in schools. As we all know, our boys are not responsible for this. So it was a lot of debate on this to come to this agreeing points. But we also recognize that although we are not the ones shooting in schools, shooting in churches, burning schools, we also have a responsibility to educate all the boys on the ground on the necessity to make sure that they do all they can to avoid any confrontations where possible around areas that will result to unnecessary casualties on children and women. So, however, we have to recognize that the boys usually are not fighting in the town. The boys are usually in the bush. When they come out to defend their community, they do that by ambushing, invading soldiers on the roads and not in schools. So while we hope that there would not be any attacks in schools, we should also know that the boys do not attack in schools. So when things happen in schools, we should make sure we look at the facts and those who are attacking. But however, all the groups are prepared to do all what they can to make sure that they do the best they can to protect civilian populations. Over.
Thank you, Mr. Agbo. But I just want to because one of the things I said earlier was we want to almost bring people who are not in Toronto into Toronto retreat a month ago with us. How we even arrived at the pillars in the first place. I know certainly because I read the feedback and the feedback and the consultation documents that came from Scoop, as long as some other documents. Can you say something about the process, about how even pre the CDN platform, even pre getting to Toronto, how you were engaged on pillars like this, how they arrived at before we even got to these declarations from Toronto, sir?
Yeah, thank you for giving me the floor again. Yeah, before the CDN meeting, actually when we at Scope received the invitation from the CDN, we were a little skeptical. We said, okay, this is just one of those meetings again. So we called CDN for a meeting. CDN met us with three of their steering committee. So we had a long, tough debate. And through that debate, CDN was able to convince us of their source of income, how they were organized, who was involved, how they were going to go about it. And fortunately, we had been through the Swiss initiative. So we also pointed out some potholes, and through the discussion, we could convince ourselves in Scope that we would be part of the meeting. And as usual, within Scope, following the 4 pillars, we made our proposals, which we sent to CDN like all the other groups. Now, these pillars are at the base of all the points you see in these resolutions. And I can bet you it was not easy narrowing down to these few points you have, because at the meetings, we had each of the pillar well discussed, such that each group present came up with its proposals on each pillar. And these pillars were discussed while the CDN was noting on the board points that the groups agreed on. After all the points were listed for each pillar, we went through again to look at the different agreeing points on each pillar. And there were still really heated debates on which point should continue. After stripping some of the points, a draft resolution for that evening was brought up. The next day we met, went through, still eliminated some points, and then agreed on what we were going to have on a draft resolution. Now, after the retreat, CDN now sent us the resolutions or the remaining points in the resolutions that all the groups had agreed to go through and make reviews. It wasn't an easy debate. So the resolutions that we had agreed were sent to us. We reviewed them again and debated all of them point after point in a meeting that was attended by 25 of the groups. So almost all the groups were present. So I want to assure our people that these points you see here went through serious scrutiny. I know there are in some of our groups, there are people who are not going to see some of the points that they proposed in these resolutions. But I want to let you understand that it is not because your delegates or your representatives did not do a good job or they could not push forth the points. It's because we had to come to consensus. And for us to come to consensus, we had to give and take. So
thank you.
The challenge for us is to implement this. And I want to call on all of us to speak to our groups and make them understand that we have to go by these resolutions henceforth. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agbo. I hope the message is coming loud and clear that all the CDN is providing here is a platform for the different groups to come and have these difficult conversations, as you've just heard very clearly described by Mr. Agbo, the Vice Chairman of SCOOP. Taking consideration, cognizance of people on ground zero, can I have Reverend Dimete, please? Because he was also heavily involved in Pillar 2. Reverend, anything you want to add, Reverend?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Reverend.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think Sally has said a lot, as well as my immediate predecessor here. However, I have a few things to bring to your attention. The one is that the different groups, there are so many groups. In fact, one of my surprises in Toronto was that I discovered so many groups existing than I thought. There were just so many groups. And I also wish to say here with a lot of emphasis that the position of the church in general, the religious group or religious forum in general, and the Cameroon Baptist Convention in particular, is that of seeking peace that is based absolutely on truth and on justice. We are right here on the ground, and some of the things that you hear and read about in the social media or get reports, we see them live, we witness them. We don't only hear, we witness them. And one of the things concerning education especially is the paradox that we live with on a daily basis. Just like my immediate predecessor mentioned, we absolutely need to speak to the boys to be understanding, because in this struggle, we need educated leaders tomorrow. We need people who will take over you, who will take over from us tomorrow. And as we speak about this struggle, we will not expect illiterate children to lead people in the future. What's happening, especially with education, which I said is a paradox, is that in some localities, our boys threaten to close down the schools. I have reports. I can give, I can cite locations where this has happened and where this is happening. Sometimes the reason that they advance for the closure of the schools is that the school has to change from a confessional school, whether it be Baptist, whether it be Presbyterian, whether it be Catholic, into a community school. And that the name of the school should change from whatever it is to community school preceded by the name of the place. And for that reason, it becomes a little bit difficult. Just yesterday, I got another report from one of the pastors on the ground who was telling me that is the only school existing in that community. All the government schools have been shut down. Every other thing, as far as education is concerned, is shut down. But the boys came through and gave an ultimatum. So the pastor got to me to ask for directives on what to do. I sent him some words to get back to the boys and talk to them that way. On the other hand, one may think that, okay, in some locations where the schools are not going on at all, the government would facilitate the procedure or facilitate things for us, but that is not the case. There are other locations where the boys have shut down all government schools, whether it be primary, secondary, and the only school that the community had faith in was one of the confessional schools. And the inspector of education, it came through giving an ultimatum that the school has to be shut down because it is a clandestine school, to use the exact word that they use. And this is not in one location. It has happened like that in a couple of places. So at some points, we feel like we are just caught between the boys and the government. And at least I wish to seize this opportunity and privilege to say that the different groups should talk to the boys to be tolerant, at least to the confessional schools that are here, and trying our best to see that the children are in school, especially in the rural areas, Overall, not to take much of your time, I personally very much appreciate the very strong preamble of the Toronto Declaration that elucidates the history of Southern Cameroons and make a very strong case for the Southern Cameroon struggle. And also that the Toronto Declaration condemns what deserves condemnation in the strongest terms possible. This is what I can say within this limited time that is allotted to me, without which there is more to speak about Toronto in general and in the declaration in particular. Thank you very much, Brother Sama.
Thank you very much, Reverend Determined. It's really important that we really hear voices on the ground, really hear from ground zero directly. So the Reverend talked about truth and justice. And again, a platform like this could be used to have a conversation around some of this schools' dilemma that you've just heard from Reverend Determined. Can I take a question? I saw a hand up. I don't mind taking questions at this stage from Heritage Television.
Yes, please. This is Heritage Television. Richie Ako here. I think we are here more on behalf of Mother of the Nations, which is a group that is rooting for the people of Ground Zero. And I felt it was time to root for the people of Ground Zero because they have been forgotten in the whole of this equation. So Mother of the Nation was formed to take care of all that, all the disorder on Ground Zero, trying to make sure we work with all the parties to harness all the efforts so that this fight should not be in vain. I feel that the fight right now is in vain because we are like so divided, talking at cross purposes, and not respecting each other, each camp that is involved, that has a stake. I feel like within us, we need to, we need to forget about all the clashes that have happened in the past, refocus on a clean slate, look at an option where we are pushing for this revolution, because it's gonna be hard down the road, it's gonna be hard. With negotiations even in the way. Yesterday I was attending the other meeting where we had a negotiator trying to teach. We are really blank when it comes to negotiating. There's a lot of things that, as the former speaker was saying, we need to be educated. If people have to stand for us, if people have to go debate for us, they have to be savvy. You know, it's not only about going there to do law. Law will come at a point where maybe when it comes to the war crimes and all the other people who are going to be victimized and try to be brought to justice, our lawyers can go on and act on that behalf.
My brother from Heritage, can you just help me summarize? I've got 4 or 5 other hands up, and I just want
please, we are coming there. And what we are actually trying to do is Toronto by inception, what Toronto represented. I think Toronto took place at a time where, you know, there was still disagreement on the ground. The people had not actually come back on board. So principally when Toronto happened, it looks like the members were actually representing themselves. So that is why we are coming now to make sure that people work as a group. And even the people who are living out because of ideological differences, they should be on board for this thing to work. Because down the road, we are not just negotiating with La République du Cameroon. We have stakeholders in this thing we have forgotten, like the West. The West have more stake in this thing than us. We're looking at people like France, looking like America, Russia, China, all those people. Truly, if we are going into this thing not knowing who the real stakeholders are, it's already a failure. So I want us to come back, reassess who are the stakeholders, who are the real stakeholders, because we did not factor ground zero in this equation, in as much as people talk and refer to ground zero. But we have to factor ground zero as a piece in itself, thinking about them as stakeholders, going back and looking at the other countries. If the other countries that we are forgetting that they are stakeholders and going into the negotiation, if at all there's one, is already just an onslaught, some type of opening for a calamity. Okay. So that's what I just thought that we look at and try to see, you know, how we can remedy.
Heritage, thank you so much for that contribution. I can assure you, we tried our best to provide the platform to also provide for education. We're going to take some of your points on board, probably come back to you. If you think there were some other areas of education which are still lacking, we'll pick that from you as we proceed. Can I call on Alem Alemanji, please, on Pillar 2 as well, and to just make some general comments on that. Alem.
Okay, I'm back here. Sorry, I was having some internet.
Yeah, I saw you come and go.
Yeah, it wasn't that stable. So I know I was pretty much chiming in on audio for the most part. You know, I know I missed a couple of things at the beginning, so I'm going to first of all applaud the CDN for having done what they did. You know, one of the conspiracies that came up as a result of this, the success of this retreat, was the fact that there was this rumor that we are just gone out there and simply formed another coalition group. And I think that message was clearly ironed out at the beginning when we made it clear that the mission of this was not to form another group, but was for the CDN, which is a group in its own self, to form, to give us a platform that we can use to be able to communicate and exchange ideas. And I think that was achieved about 99% successful. Now, just to give the world a little synopsis of what occurred in Toronto, and members of the group, those of you that actually attended either physically or virtually, would actually chime in and support this. Day one was not as easy as it would be. Day one was your normal Southern Cameroon social media debacle in the beginning, because we got there, we didn't know A, we didn't know B, we didn't know C. You know, people come into a meeting, I know Albert knows Frank knows Susan, and so the four of them may have something in common which the other folks don't have. That we were able to bridge, or we were able to dismantle rather quick, because we got to put a face to the various names on the social media. And so I think Eleanor had mentioned this in the beginning, but that's something that we need to, that's our strength right there. The fact that we were able to get people that actually know people and can actually communicate and know people, which means that what? It means that when you now say something in a meeting and someone says no, the way you interpret the no is not a no as in a personal thing. It just means that the person disagrees with you, but you can still shake hands after that meeting because the person had a disagreement, versus somebody saying no to you and you're going off and you're shooting bullets, right? So that was the very first thing that I think that for me, and for the folks at DAC, we realized that it was a huge accomplishment. Because of that success story, everything else, you can even be able to address these pillars. These pillars would not have been able to be addressed if we're not able or capable of getting to know each other and break that initial ice. Number two, the problem about this group thing, and again, going in, I think Agbabola had touched on this very slightly, is the being able to communicate as Southern Cameroonians, right? Because then that's going to bring together the whole idea of the coalition of the people of Southern Cameroons, which is really what we're looking for at this moment in time. Unfortunately, we have to go through these baby steps to be able to achieve that, right? Because once you have a coalition of the people of Southern Cameroons, then a lot of the debacle that we have right now ceases to exist for the most part, and we now focus on our goal, right? The third thing is, believe it or not, like I said before in one of my releases, the human spirit was brought back into the revolution. A lot of times, prior to this meeting, everything was based on, just facts, and you're trying to either fact check somebody, and before you know it, you're getting into a debacle with that person without knowing where the person is coming from. Now that you actually get to understand the person and know what the person is and know the value of that person in the revolution, things do take a change. Now, when it came to the actual discussions in the hall, like I said, the first day, yes, we had to break the ice. But if you notice, from the second day on, a few hours into the first day and all the other days, we were a people, right? I think one of my comrades here just mentioned the fact that, one of the challenges we had was to go back to our group and try to, because trust me, what you're seeing right now, folks, on this the resolutions is, I would say 75, 80%, right, of what we had actually had in the hall, because there were some core things that we discussed in the hall. Some people were left wing, others were right, and some were dead center. We had to figure out how to come up with a document that all of us can at least say, you know what, yes, this is possible. And that's what you see before you right now. But this, remember, this retreat was supposed to have been a 6-day retreat or thereof, and it had to be compressed into a 4-day retreat and hosted by another nation altogether. So there were a lot of challenges that the CDN were able to hoop over or to overcome, thanks to the people that make up that group. And also, I think I have to also say thank you to those of us in the various other groups in the diaspora who even gave it a chance. Right now, I say this because the doors are still open. I think that the achievement of this retreat is going to be in the history books of Southern Cameroons when it comes to the day that we actually get to sit down on a negotiating table and negotiate with La République de Cameroon. As many people have said before, there is no way in hell or in heaven that we can negotiate with La République if we cannot even negotiate among ourselves. And I think that that's a challenge that has been gradually becoming a reality, right? So obviously, I believe that based on the momentum and the steam that we have achieved so far, the next meeting or the next retreat or the next conference is one that's going to be taking us yet again to the next level, where we can access what are the things that we were able to achieve during this one. We can also access what are the points that we were able to nail and able to put behind us, those that still need some work. And it's a work in progress, right? I mean, a lot of the stuff, like I said, a lot of the achievements of this retreat were not necessarily even inside the hall itself where we were having these discussions. It was outside of the hall, right? It was at the 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. meetings that we had in various segments of the hotel among different people, just chatting and getting to know people for who they were and what they were able to bring to the table, chiming in on people's expertise. These are talks that I always see myself, if you look at the United States, for example, a lot of the decision making in the United States is not necessarily what is discussed in the White House or in the Congress. No, it's what people discuss on the golf course. CDN were able to offer us a golf course where we could actually come and be as people, where I could talk to AGOC leaders and say, okay, you know what, my fellow comrades, you said no here before, but what did you mean by that? And they explained and said, you know what, Alem, this is what we said, or we meant this, and we were able to change hands. I mean, we were actually having discussions and hangouts in AGOC members' rooms and talking and chatting and having fun as if it meant nothing, but it did mean nothing. It's just that we have to, I'm just using that as an example, okay? It's possible. Even those people that did not necessarily come to the retreat for whatever reasons they had, I think that, this particular meeting it's a good opportunity for them to have even come and actually even ask those questions that they were had in doubt. And we all here will be able to answer as honestly as possible. Now, remember, again, we do not necessarily represent the people of Southern Cameroons, right? But I think that the retreat was like a Southern Cameroons in miniature, where you had people who were left wing, right wing, north wing, south wings, and you had Abubala, you had even Mas Ali talk about, imagine that we're able to sit down with all of them, right, and agree on this document. That is like Neil Armstrong said, a small step for man, but a big step for mankind. This was a small step for, let's say, the various groups that participated in this retreat, but this was a very, very large step for Southern Cameroonians. I yield.
Nisam, I think you made it.
Thank you, Alamanji. He really talked about, somebody should go on mute. I can hear an echo. He really talked about breaking the ice and getting to know people face to face, which makes things much easier when you can actually put a name to a face. Permit me now to just flick back a bit to Pillar 1. So on the screen, if you can just go back up to Pillar 1. So I'm going a bit with the flow, trying to take opportunities for those people who are on ground zero in particular, who have already borne with us. In fact, let me just go back to Reverend Daniel B1. Reverend, are you there? Association of Pentecostal Churches. Is he on with us today?
So it's no point of putting the hand up. Thank you.
So who just spoke? I didn't hear who spoke. Okay, so I don't think Reverend Daniel is on. So can I go back now, back to on Pillar 1, just to get the views?
Yes, Prof, I am there. I'm actually leaving. I just left Bamenda, driving back to Yaoundé, so I'm in a car. I keep coming in and out since I'm traveling. I want to greet you all. Yes.
So you've got the floor, Reverend. Just proceed, because I'm trying to prioritize those on ground zero, because I know, for obvious reasons, communications is tougher down there.
Yes, I think. Since I wasn't on most of the time, but I did come on when Reverend Diteme was speaking, I have just had an update of what is on the ground. And in fact, I will say there is still a lot that needs to be done. What I would want to say is I'm actually again commending that it was a major stride in Toronto. And what is going on, I believe, it's taking us to somewhere. As I promised after I left, those who didn't come on board, I am actually talking to them one by one. It's not been easy, but they are certainly realizing they have no choice but to come to the point. We must really do everything we can concerning especially the schools. Like Reverend Diteme said, that is part of the challenges we are having. And I just went to Bamenda to assess a few things at the end of this, as the term is going to an end. So I would really say, please, we plead with those of you in diaspora, especially controlling the groups on the ground, to think of our children for the future, not just for the moment. There is an ultimate thing we are looking forward to, but we shouldn't have that gap of a children who grew and didn't know their left from their right because they weren't instructed. So I just want to yield at that point and let us proceed.
Thank you very much, Reverend. With yet another strong plea for the children from ground zero. Without any further ado, can I go now back to Kingsley Ewang Ebong, please, from the Southern Cameroon Ambazonia Activists Front. Please, Kingsley. Good evening, sir. I know there are quite a few hands up. There's going to be a Q&A session. So I'm trying to get us to the Q&A session as soon as possible. But I think it's important that we really bring you into what happened in Toronto, clearly as to how the pillars were arrived at before we even went there, how the declarations and resolutions were arrived at, and where we are today. Kingsley, are you on?
No, he's not on.
Okay, so I'll move away from Kingsley. Judith Sickard. Is Judith on? Mike?
Sickard, let me confirm.
Terminators of Ambazonia.
Yeah,
If
that's
not,
Johnson, no, not on this.
If not, I will go on to the West Cameroon Association. Can they speak? Anybody?
I think she indicated she was going to be in transit, so we can carry on to the next, please. Thank you.
Okay.
I can speak if you can hear me.
Who is that speaking?
Richard Mfo.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Richard, over to you, sir.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank the CDN and the initiative that they took. I wasn't able to be there present myself, but I am informed that we were reliably and ably represented by Andine Wana, who is, as just been mentioned, is in transit. So I think the overall impression of what transpired in Toronto has been very positive, and it's something that we should all really encourage. And I just wanted to say two things, because at this point, without all of us coming together as a constituency and ironing out our own differences, I don't think it's going to be possible for us to have a consistent voice that has any kind of momentum that people are going to listen to. So I see all of these pillars and all of the initiatives. These are all good. But I think that by far the most important achievement is that we are all able to sit down with a broad range of views and start talking to ourselves. So concerning schools in particular, I think as a constituency, we should have just ruled in principle about areas where there should be absolutely no violence. For instance, institutions of learning, places of worship, and hospitals. So if we came out with a principled stance that we are not going to tolerate or encourage any form of violence in these areas, that is our stance. Then it becomes very clear, for instance, when violence occurs in any of these places, we can say, as a constituency, it cannot be to do with us, or we don't support it, and therefore we don't take the responsibility. These are simple wins that the international community can see and say, okay, these are reasonable people, and they're not out to make the lives of people more difficult. And to the point that the Reverend was making, it allows parents to be able to make decisions as to whether to allow kids to go to school and feel comfortable that they are not going to be attacked by our own forces or people working for our restoration. So to my mind, at least from WCA's point of view, these are very key, quick wins that would demonstrate to the international community our intentions and the kinds of things that we're trying to do. The second key point that I would like to make, and I have a lot of things to say clearly from WCA, I'm just going to make this other point because I think it's foundational to whatever the CDN does going forward, is that there is a very clear need for us to give a body, what used to be, for instance, like a consortium, the kind of legitimacy to say, you speak for us. And right now, there are several groups that have been playing this role, that they immediately run into the problem where if someone disagrees with them, they just challenge their legitimacy and anybody can just come up and do whatever it is that they wanted to do. So one of the key achievements of what the CDN is trying to do is that if we all came together, for instance, all the groups that participated in Toronto, we decide that, okay, there's going to be a body, a secretary, or whatever you're going to call it, for instance, the thing that the consortium was. That is the body that speaks for us. So for instance, there's going to be clarity of messaging. The body can say, we've consulted with the participating members and they're going to be ghost towns. We've consulted with participating members and so is going to happen. That gives the people on the ground clarity and certainly that we are working in unison rather than one group calling for lockdowns, another group calling for all these kinds of confused things that confuse the people on the ground and they don't really know where they're going. So to my mind, whether the group is going to call itself whatever it's going to call itself, but the ability for us to come together on this platform that the CDN is providing and say, we who are participating on this platform grant this body, whatever it's going to be, to speak on our behalf. And all the memorandums of understanding and all the other things that are going to come with that is going to flow through that body. And by necessity, it cannot be CDN because clearly they cannot be that and be an honest broker. So to my mind, these are the two key things that if we are able to accomplish, we are going to be on our way and it's going to set the stage for us to discuss the more thornier issues and the disagreements that are already brewing in our constituency. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So that's a classic example for where you can use the platform to make sure that's another pillar for our next set of discussions amongst the other groups. Then that gets mentioned to us as the CDN. Then the CDN can now provide the platform to be able to discuss that sort of new area that you've just brought about. I say this because this is exactly how the 4 pillars came about in the first place. It came through discussions like us having, I mean, you may just want to say a minute about the conversations you had with CDN before we even went to Toronto and beyond Toronto. Over to you, Richard, again, very quickly, 1 minute.
No, certainly, as I said, one of the key achievements that the CDN, in my view, got was the need for extensive consultation. And that is absolutely key. When you're running a struggle where you don't have an opportunity where you can go to a ballot box and seek a mandate from the people to authorize you to lead them, which is one of the key grievances that we are running away, that spark of the struggle, that we were being ruled by people without our consent. And we cannot seek to reduce that in a struggle. So I appreciate that. It's difficult to be able to have a ballot where you can select your government or whoever is going to lead you. I get that. However, what the CDN has demonstrated that is possible, even in a struggle, is that you can do extensive consultation to get people to voice their concerns so that whoever emerges as in wanting to speak for them or to lead for them has some kind of backing and has some kind of legitimacy. The advantage of that is that you then don't get sniping in the public, which is very disruptive. As somebody says, there are always 3 meetings that happen: the meeting before the meeting, the real meeting, and the meeting after the meeting. So I don't know whether people are familiar with these kinds of concepts when you're solving difficult issues. I think what the CDN has demonstrated that is possible is that they've demonstrated that you can have the meeting before the meeting, which is to get all the stakeholders to buy in, and then the meeting after the meeting, which is the stakeholders going back to the constituency and saying, we are part of this, don't shoot at it. So these are some of the achievements that the CDN, we really must, not just the CDN, all of us, because CDN is nothing without all of us participating. We have to recognize that we have to start building trust amongst ourselves, because that's one thing that is desperately lacking. And therefore, when we build this trust, as the last speaker just said, when you put a face to a name, all of a sudden, you don't go in social media and start attacking this person because you know now that I'm speaking to so-and-so, Professor Wana, that I've met, and he's not a monster that's going to kill me, or I've spoken to Lucas Asu. I don't know this person because I've just been seeing things, but now I see that he's a perfectly normal person. We probably come from the same village, and he's a normal human being. So when you're responding to him now, because of that personal element to it, your responses are going to be different. So please, I know that they're still very baby fragile steps, but just by virtue of the fact that CDN has demonstrated that you can do broad-based, genuine consultations with our constituency, before you come out into the public is something that we should emulate, and definitely anyone aspiring to lead should definitely emulate. So as I say, there's a lot of detailed things that we're going to go into, but the initial steps that get us to a point where we can start having real substantive discussions, I think we have to be very careful in building those blocks so that the foundation is solid, so that when we build upon it, we know we've got trust. We know that we're going to have internal consultations before we put something out there. It's not like we're going to take over what some other people are doing. No, it's not going to be that.
Thank you, Chairman Ford. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So without any further ado, Benjamin from Psalm 91, when you were in Toronto with us. Benjamin, you're there?
Yes, please. Sorry.
Hi, Benjamin. How are you, sir?
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
First of all, I would like to thank the CDN for, a perfect organization of this retreat. It was quite refreshing to everybody, I hope. And I hope we have such type of meetings again and again and again, as you said. I would like to say that Psalms 91, we are a self-defense group, and we try as much as possible to respect, international instruments and the Geneva Conventions and, the conduct of armed during, the code of arms or conduct during armed conflict. And Toronto, made us to realize a lot of things and to, actually, take some very serious decisions, because after Toronto, we decided to make sure that we sensitize our boys to actually make sure that they protect, civilians and civilians target, to make sure that, there is collaboration amongst them, and to also allow access to humanitarian relief. We also, when we went back, we also, ensured that, there was synergy amongst armed groups, because, as we understand today, a lot of them, a lot of infighting between themselves, and, groups attacking groups, killing each other, which is not, does not, promote our cause. And we also decided to reject completely this diaspora influence, because, a lot of diaspora who are here in the US, in Europe and other places, they seems to, teleguide or command people on the ground, and they seem to pay other groups to attack other groups. And, that's where we have this killings all the time. So we try to make sure that, all those groups, they come together, they discuss within themselves, they talk and collaborate within themselves. That's what we're working. And I'm sure it's, already beginning to yield some fruits already. And I want to thank CDN again and again. And we are also trying not to, promote what we call best practices in guerrilla warfare. We want to make sure that our boys, they know what they're fighting, they know where they stand, they know what they're actually doing, because it was just like, this hero kind of thing. Oh, I'm a general, I am a field marshal, I am this because I've killed 2 or 3 people. But we make them to understand that, okay, this war is fought, you have to have a hierarchy that you respect, and, so that there should be some order as they fight. And the last thing we did was that our attention will be focused only on the enemy and no longer on our own people or on other, armed groups. We have just one common enemy, which is La Republique, and we will focus on them and make sure we beat them on the field. That said, I would like to appreciate and thank CDN very much, and I hope we have a lot of these sittings so that we can come together and make sure this fight does not last for more than 2 years, because our people are actually suffering. I hope so. Thank you very much, CDN.
Thank you very, very much, Psalm 91. So can we now move on to, I want to just move on to Pillar 3 now. So Mike, can you put Pillar 3 on screen, if you don't mind? And I would like to get somebody from AGOV-C, either Dr. Nye or Dr. Florentine. No. So let's start with Dr. Florentine, please, from IPO AGOV-C. Dr. Florentine. My apologies, Dr. Florentine. I think you're prepared for Pillar 1. I'll come back to you, Dr. Florentine. Let's start with Professor Anyangwe, please, from IG Care. Professor Anyangwe.
All right, sorry.
Professor Anyangwe, I'll come back to you, Dr. Florentine. I just want to make sure we capture. So for everybody, this was a very important area. I don't want us to spend too much time without having touching on it, which is on guiding principles for negotiation. Very difficult, tough area. Professor Anyangwe, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, but I thought you had called my comrade, Dr. Nye too. So,
No, you start, and then I'll go to Dr. Nye, don't worry.
Oh, okay, because I had some confusion there. Yeah. Guiding principles for negotiation. This was another very important area. After discussing all the things we discussed, we realized that it was, of course, very, very important for us to get to talk about negotiations, because we must all remember that the longer a conflict persists, the more likely it will end in negotiated settlement rather than victory for one side, outright victory. And so, therefore, mediation or negotiation, which will be often affected by contextual factors such as systemic features, the nature of the conflict itself, and internal characteristics of the parties involved. It was very, very important that we put all our heads together. First of all, to speak one voice, to make it clear that we are one team on one side, facing the other team on the other side, contrary to earlier views that some people have thought will go there in different factions, which is not how some of these things are done. And so therefore it's important for us to set out certain guiding principles for negotiation. And the first thing is to understand that our common goal and approaches must be synchronized for the purpose of effectively engaging in any negotiation to ensure justice and peace for our people and for all of us as Ambazonians, as Southern Cameroonians. To this end, we agreed to recognize the importance of collective engagement in matters of negotiations founded on trust. Trust is very, very important. As I would say, is the very foundation of any negotiation. If there's no trust, it's going to crumble. Explore and enhance avenues to build a team for internal and external negotiations. In other words, we must talk to each other, negotiate amongst ourselves, clearly identify our common positions, synchronize them, work out a negotiation team that is going to negotiate for all of us. That is an internal issue which we must arrive at, discuss that before we can talk about external negotiations. We cannot jump to talk about external negotiations when even within ourselves, we have not done our basic arithmetic as to what position do we take? What exactly are we going to negotiate about? As you know, there's still a lot of confusion amongst our people across the whole spectrum. I don't want to go to the old ancient issue about between the federalists, the unionists, and those of us on the side of call extremists and so on, because we stand for nothing but independence for Amazonia. But we have to have clarity on these issues. That's what we're talking about. And what we're talking about an issue of decolonization. So it's important that we have these agreements amongst ourselves. We understand each other, so that when we mandate a team that will go to negotiate, it is clear in that team's mind what exactly we are talking about, what our position is. So we also agreed to create space to build from our different strategies to engage in external negotiation as one entity, representing the people of the Southern Cameroons and Ambazonia and their ultimate interest. That is the key there. We are talking about the interest of a country, Ambazonia, Southern Cameroon, and their interest. No other thing would override that kind of the interest we're talking about. No individual group interest, no individual interest, nothing else. Not even the interest of the international community, I must say, but the interest of the people of the Southern Cameroon and their territory. We further agreed to put the Southern Cameroon's people at the center of our engagement within and without the Southern Cameroon, including any international entity. This year, we're talking about the center of this business, of engaging even our external partners, or even engaging on the other side. This put at the center the people of the Southern Cameroon. And this is consistent with international law and international politics. As you know, every country puts their people at the center of whatever they do. We also agreed to harmonize and standardize strategies for negotiation with the Republic of Cameroon. We are talking about harmonizing and standardizing strategies, because negotiation, contrary to what some people adopt, a very simplistic way of looking at this thing. This is not something you just take a week and learn in some country and you talk to somebody and come back and you say, if I've done negotiation. It doesn't work this way. These things are very, very serious matters, involve strategies to be adopted for negotiation. What strategies are we going to take? How do we go about this? The teams we are going to constitute, how are they going to look like? What kind of people are we looking at to constitute these teams? If we fail to agree on these basic issues, fail to agree on them within ourselves, as the people of the Southern Cameroons, even as divided as we are in different groups, and some groups keep on mushrooming. I heard the Reverend gentleman earlier comment that he was astounded by the number of groups. I think my latest count maybe about 30 or 50, I don't know how many now, and more are still sprouting every day. In exercise, what they call the right to democracy, whatever thing it is. But even amongst, in that context, we must agree on these basics. So the other thing we agreed upon was to leverage Southern Cameroonian and external expertise through a process designed and adopted by the stakeholders of the struggle. Now, it will be foolhardy for us to think that we on our own, even with all the brains we have, we can just do this or go on our own and have this thing done. It is very, very important, therefore, that we harness, we leverage this external expertise. And fortunately for us, we have a whole range of external expertise to leverage, and we must do that. And it is a part of humility, it's a part of accepting that we cannot know everything and all. It is part of accepting that we are a humble people. Failure to do that will land us in big trouble. We also agreed on this guiding principle for negotiations to support and strengthen our platform to enhance collaboration, inclusivity, and to defend our shared demands. Of course, inclusivity, by that, I suppose we're referring to the fact that there's a hand extended to all the groups, whoever it might be. But I dare say, this doesn't mean that we're going to pull people screaming and crying aloud and so on. It's voluntary. Nobody's going to coerce somebody to come and join. Those who persist in staying apart, fine. It's a democratic right not to be part of it. But we feel and we insisted that it's a good thing for the interest of the people of the Southern Cameroons that everybody be on board this train. So we can speak one voice as one people, one demand, and one destiny which we are looking at, instead of the present situation, which, in fact, the enemy is taking advantage of to portray us as people who are divided, they don't know whom to talk to, as people who don't know each other, as people who don't know exactly what they want. And I've heard some members of the international community say that. What exactly do you people want? Why are you so divided? If actually you are united in your demand, why are you so divided? But that's a conversation for another day. These, I think, are the essential 6 key issues on this topic on which we agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. That was a good professorial lecture on what we really agreed. Dr. Nyi, if you don't mind just spending maybe a few minutes, no more than a few minutes, just adding to what.
Moderator, can I add something to what Doc just said?
Who is speaking?
This is Richie for Mother of the Nations. As I said, we're one of those groups right now speaking for Ground Zero or rooting for Ground Zero. We are also having a forum that has all the political mindsets in it. So we have been encouraging people to start erasing all those lines, like we call them county lines, because we're going into negotiations. We have to start thinking like one person, one people. So we have to make sure we are ready, because there are a lot of things that comes into this process as to the bargaining, the collective bargaining. That's the BATNA, which is the best alternative to a negotiated agreement. We have to come to the ZOPA.
Heritage, can we do this under Q&A? I promise it's going to come under Q&A. You're making some very good points, but we'll do that under Q&A. Dr. Nye, please.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
I know. Before we forget, someone Katahan has been up.
I will come back to that, sir.
All right. Thank you so much for giving me the floor to talk on principles for mediation, which was a theme 4 and the last theme of the retreat. But before I start, just a quick one. I would like to thank all the international partners that were present, the professionals and the academics that were in, that gave us a background into negotiation, mediations, and some principles and some let's say guiding points and some things to look out for in preparation and during negotiations should they come along. So huge appreciation. We did that during the retreat, but we also like to note that again, that we took on board your advice, your teachings, and the practical examples that other organizations gave during that retreat. Now, in terms of mediation, why we talked about mediation, it was because there has been this Swiss process, as it's called in brackets, Swiss process. And I also thank the representative from the Foreign Affairs Department of Switzerland that was there to clarify, because I think many Ambazonians had lots of misconceptions about the Swiss process in brackets. I'll call it the Swiss process. And he clarified that they were a facilitator trying to facilitate both sides at the request of both sides, that's Ambazonia and Cameroon. So, but they have been trying to do so since 2019. So for the last 2.5 years or so, it's been a little bit difficult for them to get, to facilitate that both parties begin to talk about the problem. But one of the key issues was that Cameroon has not committed to the facilitation and not mediation, not even the talks anyway, so that they could facilitate. So these are all the backgrounds and that they were talking to other people. So we agreed then that, well, if there's going to be any international mediation, it should meet international standards or best practice. Those should be our guiding, one of our guiding principles, you know, and also that we need to engage with the Swiss in order to improve it, because from the discussion of the Swiss, their representative, and our own understanding from experts and professionals and academics there present, we realize that 1, the Swiss process has stalled, 2, it did not meet minimum requirements or minimum standards. So we work with the Swiss to improve their process, but also we agreed from these lectures and from our understanding that, well, it's not only the Swiss. We will engage in multiple processes, you know, in order to find an end to this conflict. So while the Swiss might be doing their stuff, we would engage, but also that we would assess our engagement, whether it's both with the Swiss or with other international organizations or governments that want to facilitate and or even mediate the conflict. We would assess that maybe periodically to see where we are, but also to make sure that they align with the aspirations of the Amazonian people, you know, the aspirations of the movements fighting for our self-determination, our liberation, those kinds of things. We also said that it was important for us to have a guarantor whenever negotiations to come forth. But again, that I think issues of guarantors weren't so difficult. I think some movements are already more advanced in that area. And I think we should announce that we already have a guarantor. I think we should be working on a second guarantor. You know, we agreed that, well, in terms of the mediation, it should be an international process that the ploy by Cameroon to make it a domestic affair where they will organize the grand national dialogue or whatever, it's a non-starter. So broadly, this is what we discussed. I don't want to take much of your time. I only had 3 minutes. I think I'm already up. Thanks a lot.
No, but it was an important area. You did a segue from negotiations to mediation. I'll come back to that again. But in the meantime, Seven Kata, Ngo, Ms. Ngo, how are you?
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody, and evening and morning as well. Sorry, I'm coming in late. I'm not coming in late, but I'm given the chance late. So, a lot of people have said a lot of it. A lot of credit to the CDN. I don't want to emphasize on that again. I don't know that if we had a larger basket to put the credit to give to CDN, that I would certainly do. But let me just make this observation that when I left Toronto, I felt, and I believe it is, that it is the first step, towards our total independence that we have made in this revolution. It's like we've just been beating about the bush. When I left Toronto, I said, oh God, this is it. Okay, our coming to Toronto and looking at what is happening in the diaspora and in ground zero, and basing from our very first stance, the stance of the Bafut 7 Qatar, adopting neutrality right from the beginning up to now, saying we are fighting for the flag. We are not fighting for this group. We are not fighting for this group. We understand in the end, when we get our country, there is going to be a government that will embody everybody. And that is when we come in. Not going into be part of one government this side, one government that side, one government this way, so many governments. No, that is bringing conflict. And that stance has brought us peace in Bafut up to now, because we have not had any internal fighting that has led to bloodshed and so on, as we have seen in very many places. Even after Toronto, we still find conflict everywhere, and we are losing soldiers. We have such threats against us in Bafut, but this very safeguard from day one has kept us safe up to now. No internal issue. It's just an eye-opener to other groups. Be careful. What is this infighting for? And that we lose our own through our own hands is unbelievable. Okay, let me just look at the cream that was in Toronto. I don't think there is any other diplomatic circle that we expect in this Amazonian revolution that was not in Toronto. That was it. All of them were there. I don't know what to say to the CDN, and they were there. They told us they want to listen to us here, because on social media they can't believe us anymore. And you know what was happening? Just as we were there and they were following us, they were also following what was going on outside. And we Amazonian became really a laughing stock. See what we are witnessing here, and hear what your media is saying outside. So the topic that we treated there on on our interactions on the social media, please, that is a very big step. And I'm so happy since we left Toronto. If you are vigilant, you see how the temperature is going down, because all those who left Toronto, there is nobody that is throwing back any word at anybody on social media. So we're calm, and the impact is already being felt, and that is just so great. And let me just say something about our boys again. Somebody has already mentioned this, but didn't really elaborate. What the very big dichotomy between the diaspora and ground zero, we don't seem to know that this revolution is in ground zero and handled by ground zero. We are just facilitating it. I'm just giving you an example why we succeed in the 7 kata, because power is given to the generals and the fighters. That's to ground zero. We only coordinate. Having that name coordination, Bafut coordination, that runs Bafut, we only coordinate the activities of the soldiers, and we let them know that they are the ones in charge, not us in the diaspora sitting in our comfort zones and telling the people who open their chests to defend bullets, telling them what to do. We get up in the morning, we just pass orders to them. It doesn't work that way. From the beginning, we have not done that. And that gives a lot of credit for success on the ground. One thing before I end, we are talking on humanitarian aid and schools. Please, we keep emphasizing here. The chaos in schools, our boys cannot take care of. The chaos about humanitarian aid is not on us, it's on La République. And they want to use the humanitarian effort to infiltrate, put soldiers into UN cars, or just put some cars that pretend to be UN cars and send. And before you know, they come and get our boys. No, we have to vet before you come in. We have to know who you are, know your car, know the number of people that are coming in, go through all that vetting before you come in. Don't let the humanitarian aid workers not allow infiltration into their own end from La République. No, we will always know. But if you come clean, we know how we get you in. We will not be, I shouldn't take much time here, but please, the impact is already being felt. And I call on everybody, while we are great in Toronto, it is working. Don't throw back. And you can see how it is already going. That too much tension on air is rapidly going down because the vast majority of Ambazonians were in Toronto and they are not firing back. So those that were absent are instead learning and will surely follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ngwatancho. So I'm very pleased you said some very important things there, particularly with respect to the temperature and some of the social media musings. I think I agree with you, some of the temperature has gone down. I think I'd like to now move slowly but surely, because Dr. Nyi has already taken us in that direction, to Eleanor Hagan to just talk to us through the international mediation, please. So if you can just mouse down, Mike, on this screen. And if Eleanor is there, please, Mrs. Hagan, come back on screen.
Okay, can you see me? Yes.
No, yeah, we can.
Okay, so on the framework for international mediation, we did discuss the ongoing Swiss facilitation process and the lack of progress and commitment from the Republic of Cameroon, and agreed to, 1, work together to ensure international mediations are credible and meet internationally recognized standards. I think we all understand what that means. Professor Anyangwe already mentioned in his own talk about our agreement, a collective agreement for an internationally mediated talk or process. In fact, even went further to talk about it being multilateral, but we'll come to that. 2, to engage to improve the internationally facilitated process by the government of Switzerland and commit to multilateral mediation process as a viable way to achieve a genuine resolution of the conflict. So this is the multilateral part of it. And we have been in the Swiss-led facilitation for 2 years plus now, and we all agree that it is a stalled process. Why is it a stalled process? I mean, people who are good in mediation will cite a series of reasons. We were very privileged in Toronto to have experts lecture us on this topic. And in fact, it was from their lecture that we were able to come up with these resolutions the way they are. So thanks again to those experts who took their time to take us through this. So we hear the Swiss talk about the process is being backed by country A or by the country B or this and that. That is not what we are asking for. Yes, they're being backed maybe by word, but we want a formally backed process. We want them to formalize the act of backing it up. So that is what we are asking for. The third point, open communication with officials of the Swiss facilitation team and other international parties. That is a given if we want to engage in a multilateral process with the Swiss, then we need to talk to them. Point number 4, collectively ensure credible guarantors for mediated negotiations with the Republic of Cameroon. Of course, we need credible guarantors. We don't want people who come in, promise us they're going to fund our process, and then at the time when we need the funds, they are nowhere to be found. The funds are not released and things like that. We have an example which we can very much guess can do a thing like that. Point number 5, engage to build a framework for international mediation to guide our collective and individual engagements in mediated negotiations. Those of us who are in Toronto, we must have realized that we have a lot to learn. There is so much that we still need to learn when it comes to mediated negotiations. And for that, the session in Toronto was not enough. We need to engage more. We need to, as stated here, we need to build a framework for that international mediation to guide our own engagements. Then point number 6, we would have to reconvene to reassess progress in alignment with the collective aspirations of the people of Southern Cameroons. I think we all agree on that. We don't have to explain more. Thank you.
Nisa,
I just want to assure, thanks, Eleanor. Thank you so much for that clarity we've got on that. I just want to assure people that I've got questions on chat. I'm not forgotten those questions. I'm going to come back within a few, maybe in the next 5 minutes, we're going to open up the Q&A session. But with the 1 or 2 people who have not spoken, who I'll throw some of the questions at them. But at this moment in time, if I don't mind, I would like to have Professor Chanken Fua. If you're on board, I'd like to combine negotiations and C&D, pillar C&D on guiding principles for negotiations and on the framework for international negotiations. How we got to these declarations that you see on the screen and some of the things that you personally saw within the room in Toronto. Over to you, Fua. Is Fua on?
I don't think so. I'm just confirming.
So if Fua is not on, then I will not mind going straight to somebody who I did not pick up before, Dr. Florentine. Dr. Florentine Fonche. You've got the room to speak on Pillar 1, but if you want to speak more broadly, feel free to do that, Dr. Florentine.
I think he came in and had some connection issues.
Okay, so Dr. Florentine Fonche is not there. Then in that case, I'll be quite comfortable to ask to move on to the Q&A session now. And
Yeah.
I've got the questions. I've got some of the questions here, so you don't need, they're already on chat. So continue to put your questions on chat, and I'm just going to throw these questions at specific people who I find appropriate. So please permit me to give me that a bit of that latitude. So Fefe Amber says, unity is far-fetched, cognizant of the fact that LRC would sponsor proxies to infiltrate and puncture this effort. Is it safe to say only collaboration of purpose is possible? Is it safe to say only collaboration of purpose is possible? Professor Anyango, you've got the short straw on this one. Unity is far-fetched, cognizant of the fact that LRC would sponsor proxies to infiltrate and puncture this effort. Is it safe to say only collaboration of purpose is feasible? Prof. Anyango.
Yes, of course. The enemy, the enemy will do what it knows how to do best. It is entirely entitled to do what they want to do, but always remember that the enemy would always try to infiltrate you. The enemy will always try to kill what initiative you want to do. The enemy will always try to buy over whomever they want to buy. The enemy will always try to have collaborators and so on. There's nothing new about all of this. It exists in all movements. But that should not be a reason for us backing off. And in any event, we're not talking here about unity in the sense that all the 30 plus groups or whatever to collapse into one. No, that's not what we're talking about. And in any case, I don't think that's even desirable or needed because there's some advantage in having these groups going on. So what we're aiming at is collaboration in certain areas, key areas, which we've clearly identified. The example, the area of fighting. There's no need for us to start to get to be divisive, get our fighters in different camps and groups and so on. Time has come when we begin to think, we should begin to think in terms of a national fighting force, the beginnings of a national army, well structured, as one area of collaboration, one area of doing things together, this synergy which we are talking about. The other area which we identified is what we've been talking about, this thing about negotiation. How are we going to go there together? Even in all of these areas, nothing prevents the enemy. It's a game. Nothing prevents the enemy from trying to infiltrate you or sabotage your efforts. But it should not be, we should not give up. You should not take a negative attitude just because you fear that the enemy will do so and so on. You also have the right to do a similar thing with regard to the enemy. This is not a one-way traffic. So when I often hear people complain, they say, oh, the enemy will do this, the enemy will do. Of course, the enemy will do that. The enemy will do whatever he wants to do to get us into a tight corner. The enemy will want to do what he wants to do to sabotage our effort, to frustrate us for the purposes of winning the war. That's what it is. But we'll be foolish just to sit back and start crying like children. Oh, the enemy will do this, the enemy will do that. Instead of using our head to think how we can counter all the efforts or any efforts by the enemy. So let's not get into all of that. I think we are aware of that, and we just need to use our heads and also do what we know we want to do, and don't let ourselves to be infiltrated or whatever by the enemy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. The second question from F4 reads, groups that say they will only collaborate with other groups only if they stand for total independence. Does this mean they will not collaborate on humanitarian activities? So let me throw this at Dr. Nyi, please, of AGOVC. Dr. Nyi, you're there? Groups that say they will only collaborate with other groups only if they stand for total independence. Does this mean they will not collaborate on humanitarian activities? Dr. Julius, are you there? If not, what about?
No, I can take that as well.
No, 1 second, Prof. What about Samuel Abukche from Synergy Canada?
Okay.
Are you there? I'm not called on you yet.
Yes, I'm here, please.
Yes, please.
Good.
Take that question for me and also say your own piece as well as a key attendee of the conference, please.
Okay, thank you so very much for giving me this opportunity. Yes, we...
What a lot of shit.
Are you getting me?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Oh, yeah. So I want to thank Synergy, CDN, first of all, and also all those who attended the Toronto retreat. It was a well-done affair. It actually brought us to where we are today. It has actually shown the limelight into the struggle. Synergy is a group that had actually been doing what CDN is doing, but on a smaller scale. To just let us know, Synergy started working with the frontline leaders, those we actually call frontline leaders, since 2018. And if you all remember, we had also the Canada initiative that was brought forth by Canada and some other comrades from the US and Europe. And we have been doing everything to make sure that there was collaboration. However, CDN has actually come up, and we only came to that retreat because they reached out to us to acknowledge what we had been doing, struggling to bring the leaders. And fellow Ambazonians, Southern Cameroonians, since December of 2020, we actually succeeded to bring all the leaders that we know as front leaders. And we were having meetings every Saturday from December to May of 2021. And these meetings were just so that we reconcile ourselves, and then from there we can begin the collaboration. Again, some groups were actually not of the opinion. That is not what we want to say here. We just want to say that since CDN has actually paved the way now for collaboration, it is our appeal from Synergy, who are now working in partnership with CDN, to let everyone be on board, and together we can win the fight. And divided, like I always tell them, we will never win this fight. If we want to go by groups, by individuals, we will never. And just like all the other comrades have already elaborated, and so well too, I think we should desist, which was one of the major points on the 4 pillars that we had during this retreat. Social media has caused us a lot of damage to the struggle. And if we can desist from it, we will go a long way, because La Republique is taking advantage to even impersonate us and cause more harm to us. That said, we are still open at Synergy to work with the leaders. We have worked with them for about 6 to 7 months. Everything was going on well. They can attest, all of them, except one group that for reasons we still don't know, they were not able to join us, but our doors are still very open to all the leaders. Thank God that we are partnering with CDN now, and that opens a bigger door for most other leaders that we didn't even know of to come in, and we together collaborate. Coming to the question that Efwadit asked,
yeah,
we want to discourage group affairs. We want to work as a people. We want to work as brothers and sisters who have common interests. So if groups come up, which has been the hobby that has taken us maybe 20 steps. When we go 50, no, 10 in front, they drag us 20 behind, using all these appellations. If this group is there, I will not come. If this individual is there, I will not come. That's not a good habit. That's not a winning strategy. We are working like people who want to liberate a country for the people of that country. We are not working like some people who want to work for themselves, or you are trying to do something to please some other person, or even, I mean, if we have Ambazonia today or Southern Cameroons, it is not for you, Prof. It's not for Professor Anyangwe, it's for everybody. So people, I mean, other comrades have already elaborated on this. I would simply say, generally, we discourage any group that will be saying, because of this other group, I will not go in for humanitarian gesture. The people who are suffering on the ground do not belong to that group. They belong to the country called Southern Cameroons. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. So I'll read the next question, which is a question we get all the time, and I will not mind one of my CDN colleagues, CDN steering committee colleagues, to answer this question, because it's a pertinent question we get all the time and you see on social media. Who was the sponsor of the Canadian retreat, and how do we get all the other factions to be part of the structure? So a two-part question from Patrick Assor. Who was the sponsor of the Canadian retreat, and how do we get all other factions to be part of this structure? So my brother Henry Oben, if you can please come on stream and take that question, please.
Just to say, I'm also online, Ms. Sama.
Okay,
so
Lamanju, you can take that as well. Judy Wana.
Henry, I'll take the first on funding, right? And then you can. Is that okay, Henry?
Yeah, yes, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, just to apologize to our partners online that I have to be off camera for bandwidth reasons. I'm having some network issues. So this is Judith here, one of the co-chairs. And just like Dr. Sama said, we've had these questions, this same question so many times about funding. And I just wanted to clarify again that the retreat was funded by CDN members. We raised funds amongst ourselves. Over 95% of the cost was borne by us. We thought it was only but normal for us to try to do this ourselves, but we also got a $5,000 donation grant from an organization called Humanity United. And please, if anybody wants to talk about this after this call, we are still available to answer that same question. But I will reiterate again, we had $5,000 from Humanity United, and then the rest of the spend was borne by CDN members. We contributed the money, we donated ourselves. And we had a lot of ways of raising that money personally from various giving methods within the organizations we work with. But it was a CDN run business. So thank you again, and we will welcome any questions offline on this. Thank you.
Over to you, Henry, on the second part of the question.
Thank you, Judith. Thank you.
How do you get other factions? How do you get the other factions to be part of this structure?
Yeah, that was part of the discussion in Toronto, and we acknowledged that from the beginning that it was impossible to get everyone on board for a start. After Toronto, we've tried to reach out to the other groups that did not attend. We are actually still engaged in that process, and we're setting that before any next retreat. The greater majority of those that did not partake in the Toronto retreat will be on board in the next retreat. That engagement is continuous. It's challenging, but it's a task that we had given to ourselves to do. And we're happy that those that attended the retreat also made that appeal that the CDN should reach out to them.
Can I add to that? That may not be the solution.
Heritage, please ask for the floor before you get to that. Others who are waiting, please, Heritage.
Yeah, can I just add to that? Or
No,
just,
please,
I'm working on that.
Heritage, can we just please follow the rules? you'll be called upon at the right time, sir. We've got people who have asked questions on chat already. So Mr. Anye Iguacho says, how will CDN get the opinion of the people on the ground and not just the leaders abroad? And also is CDN engaging religious groups, civil society, and other groups on the ground besides the already popular ones that we know? I could throw this question at the CDN, but frankly, I would decide to throw this question first at one of the some of the core groups who attended. So let me just pick one at random. Alemanji. So can you take this question? How will CDN get the opinion of the groups? Because we are just a platform. The CDN is just a platform. I want you, the groups, to also invite other groups who were not there to come on board. So Alem.
Okay, so I think again, it's I would say easier said than done, right? One of the things that the CDN needs to do, and I don't think it's not a thing that CDN can do alone, right? So even though it's a CDN specific question, the response to that question is actually on this platform, on the groups. You know, we can say, okay, we can actually task even our own groups, because remember that the CDN is offering a platform, right, for us to use and it will be up to us, for example, up to DAC, up to SCAWO, up to Skill, to say, okay, before we have the next CDN, the next retreat, can you try and see if you can bring one or two groups? That could be one way to do it, right? So you can task the groups that are already inside the forum, because the language that they will use. So for example, let me see. I don't want to use a direct example because I don't want to sound like I'm pointing fingers. Let's say there's a group out there called Group X, which is a little bit hesitant to come on board. However, you have about 14, 15, 16, 17 groups already here that came on board. There's bound to be one or two groups here. I'm busy. There's bound to be one or two groups here, right, that have an easier way to communicate with Group X as opposed to the CDN. Remember that in as much as CDN has made a lot of friends from this...
Keep it short, my brother, Alan.
Yeah. In as much as CDN has made a lot of friends from this venture, we've also had some people who are a little bit hesitant, you know, when they hear the name CDN. But you could have a group for like SCAWO that could talk to that particular group, and that resentment is not there anymore. They're now willing to hear the substance. So I would say one of the ways to do it would be to task the groups that are already on board to go out and try and get these other groups to come on board.
Mr. Akuro, just because your opening remarks spoke to this, if you can come on screen and also answer this question from your perspective. Mr. Akuro.
Yeah, Mr. Akuro.
Mr. Akuro. John Ba Akuro. Your opening remarks spoke to this. Is he online? Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Now, if it's not online, I will not mind getting somebody from the CDN. I don't know whether it is Co-Chair Judith or Henry to also speak to this.
Dennis is there. Dennis can.
Okay.
Ningwana, let me thanks for that question.
Sorry, Uncle Dennis, I did not know you were still on board. My apologies.
No, it's okay. I was totally off for a minute.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ningwana. I think that it's a very important question that is challenging us all the time, and it's really the foundational issues. We have tried to be very transparent and be clear because of the role that we see for the coalition, which is to really bring everyone as much as possible together. So we have, as I always tell folks when we talk, is the coalition will do whatever we can do to ensure that everybody, all the frontline groups, every group saves face, does not lose face in coming on board, because we understand the politics that they have to navigate. And we want to do everything to be able to ensure that they are able to make tough decisions, and they are not perceived as losing face among constituents and things like that. So we continue to do everything to open the doors to actually go out, reach out to everyone. And I really appreciate what Alem said in other groups reaching out, because and we are also initiating those processes. We initiated it before even before the virtual conference, and we're continuing those processes of ensuring that we have different friends, different coalitions, different groups of people who can reach out to all our brothers and sisters and get to talk with them. And it's an engagement that we do not take lightly at all. And as you know, also just to make one plug here, in reaching out to many groups that we have here, the CDN has a council of elders who are really engaged in reaching out to all kinds of groups, all groups, to ensure that this dialogue is persistent. And the platform is on the frontline groups to be able to come together, exchange, figure out what we can agree on, and then we figure out how we can move the ball down post a little bit at a time. So I'll stop right there, but I think it's extremely important.
Co-chair Dr. Forotia, but you can confirm that even for some of the key groups that were not there, I know you have written to all of them already, so that they continue to join this train. Can you confirm that, please, sir?
I can 100% confirm that to everyone. That engagement has been had, and there is some back and forth that is starting. We are hoping that it will continue in the spirit of ensuring that everybody is heard, and for all kinds of questions that may be to be addressed head on, and in a very fair, open, transparent manner, because we believe fundamentally that progress cannot be had without conversations. That is fundamentally, progress cannot be had without talking. And it was what really informed the Toronto retreat. It is what is informing this. The more we talk, the more we break barriers, the more we understand each other, and the more we know the interest that each group has and how we can help them meet their interests.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. And I think this is an apposite moment to bring in the chair of the Council of Elders, because I would like to bring him on board to just explain the role of the Council of Elders, because they were principal, not only in Toronto, but also in providing outreach to all of these different groups. And I think it is pertinent to this question, just following up from Dr. Forotia. So Dr. Asakonko, if you're on, please come on and also add to this question, this very important question.
Hello, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, good evening or good afternoon, wherever you are. Greetings. This is Fosse Fontaine. I'm you see on the screen, Dr. Asar. I'm the chairperson of the Council of Elders. I think this is, as I said, key point for us to come in. And firstly, maybe I should once again thank those members of the front line who are actually attending this webinar. It reminds of the meeting we had, the engagement we had in Toronto. But straight to this particular key issue. Let me quickly also acknowledge the presence of my colleagues. Siseko RMB, these are the colleagues of the Council of Elders, Reverend Dr. Ncham, Professor Leombe Eko, we have also Professor Vekjika Fanso, we have Honorable Paulinus Joa, we have Dr. Emile Mondua, we have Mrs. Marie Ngalangfo. So just to let you, they're all online and they've been following this, and all this very captivating discussion we're having. We, the Council of Elders, have also been noting, because this is clearly, the task for us starts even more so now that we've achieved a resolution, which relates to the question at hand. How do we ensure that those who did not attend Toronto actually come on board? It is important for me to explain the working of the Council of Elders, because it gives that level of, the Council of Elders came from you, the community, based on what happened just over a year ago. A resolution was passed at the end of the virtual conference, which CDN organized last year, that there needs to be this Council of Elders, which essentially are a semi-independent body to actually serve as an advisory, to also serve as an intermediary between the objectives of this CDN and all the stakeholders. So the way we operate is that the CDN Secretariat, if you look at the organigram of the CDN clearly states the position of the Council of Elders. This Council of Elders are more or less independent, except that we are resourced in terms of when we have our minutes or recording our meetings by a facility provided by the CDN. But this group exists, is legitimized by you, the public. What does that mean? Prior to Toronto, we had tried and captured as many contact details as we could of all the frontline groups in the country. The CDN and various other channels were used to capture as many as we could. Then the task was distributed amongst us, the members of the Council of Elders, to actually reach out and engage these groups. So this is how we were able to talk to them and try to persuade to capture. It was a two-way conversation, capture what their hesitance and bring that hesitance back to the forum, whether I said is the Council of the CDN, to actually discuss how do we address that hesitance. And it was at the same time, we were going back to these groups and when I said this group, I'm relating to the Council of the frontline groups to essentially continue the engagement. So what happened in Toronto was that there were therefore groups that actually came all the way from Cameroon to attend Toronto. This is what people may not, I don't know if you came across, but there are people who actually came from Cameroon to attend. And I must also acknowledge while at this, the international partners who are actually following this, who were there as observers, but I'm specifically referring to frontline groups. We had people who actually came from Cameroon to attend Toronto, some as direct representatives of these groups. And what happened at Toronto was that these groups also offered to actually continue to expand the outreach for us. To actually, this was clearly discussed in Toronto. So that is one angle that is emerging here as to how do we actually capture, take advantage of that latitude that the group that came to Toronto are offering us to then expand the reach of this. And I also need to point out that even those that expressed, so I'm saying here, some who did not come to Toronto, probably because they were not actually accessed, they were not reachable, but now we know how to reach them. Then there are others who did not come because they had the hesitance. To address those ones who have the hesitance, we have continued with the engagement as the chair, the co-chair stated, and all the other members. I think Henry, the members of the CDN executive stated that we've continued the engagement since we came back from Toronto. Some of us do this almost on a daily basis. So what I'm saying here is that the groups that clearly are hesitant, the engagement continues, so that we'll make sure that they come on board. And then the ones that were not, we had to reach ones, we now have the advantage of the fact that those that actually came to Toronto and those that who are effectively now you call them the, what's the language again? Those are the ones who are effectively the converted ones. They're helping us also to reach out even further. So this is essentially how we're going to continue the discussion. So and this is also a moment for us to give an appeal that if anyone here knows any group whatsoever that they feel were not in Toronto, they may on their own also engage those groups to find out why they didn't come. And in any case, give us the contacts. As the chair, as the co-chair, and I have stated, this is an all-inclusive approach. So just let us know and we will reach out to them. Just to conclude this, I'm saying that we have a task distribution system amongst ourselves, the Council of Elders. And we are legitimized by the resolution that you, the public, took a year ago, and that's how we operate. We are effectively semi-independent, and we know that we're only accountable. We're accountable to you, the public, that actually gave us legitimacy. So this is why I'm explaining this. I'm explaining this to give reassurance to those groups out there that when they come to us, we're discussing. They know that they're actually discussing with us as the people that they have actually legitimized. We are clearly, in as much as we are resourced by the CDN, we are facilitated by CNR, but we are essentially semi-autonomous in the interest of the public. So I've mentioned two things: those that are continued engagement, and then secondly, there is a latitude here from those who came to Toronto. That latitude gives us the opportunity now to reach out to those that they have the groups that we did not know, and even those that are hard to reach. Thank you very much.
We obviously love to thank very much the Council of Elders led by Dr. Sakoko Fosengo for fantastic role they played in bringing and bridging a lot of these frontline groups to Toronto. They really played a big role. And I think that has answered the question from Professor Leombe Eko, where he said, what strategies does this CDN process have for making this a big tent in quotes, to which even those who are not here can join and participate? So I think you have answered one part of the question, but I think there's a secondary part of the question that I'd like either of the co-chairs of CDN to think about. This big tent, for those people who are not here, who can join and participate. So with that, can I go to Takumbeng, to the women, back to another woman face, please? Is Takumbeng ready? Vicky, Vicky, are you ready?
Yes, please.
Vicky,
yes, thank you. I'm here and hope you hear me. Unfortunately, I can't come on camera because I'm at work.
No, we can hear you loud and clear. So thank you very much for making some time for us today.
Yes, thank you. And I thank, again, thanks CDN for taking the time and the initiative to bring all the stakeholders to that retreat. It was necessarily, psychologically, it kind of rehabilitated a lot of people. And I mean, I will not repeat what others have said, but stay focused and keep up the good job. As I work with crisis in this crisis session going on in the country, I kind of work with FEMA in that kind of perspective, so know what it takes to go through there. So I will just go straight to what we agreed, and just give me a moment. Let me open my thing.
I know you're at work, so thank you so much. That's commitment for you, madam, that you're having to do this from work.
Yeah, just give me a moment. Let me open
okay.
My thing that we'll put in there. So while I'm trying to... Okay. At the retreat, we agreed on certain points because Tekumen, we focus more on humanitarian advocacy and education and human rights protections. So we agreed at the retreat to the following points: to promote the rights of children to education, including through community schools, as you must have heard from previous speakers; encourage parents to consider safety and security conditions in making educational choices for their school children. It is very important. Safety lies on the parents, as we've heard, and hopefully we're going to improve on such decisions. Support provision of access for humanitarian workers and assistance to all victims of the armed conflict, and call on workers and aids to workers to abide to international humanitarian law, and especially in armed conflict. Because even though some humanitarian personnel, they always visit some of our villages, they tend to go in with forces that kind of scare the population to approach them in that perspective. So if humanitarian personnel are going in, we really plead for them to stay away from the forces, because the population will start running away from them, thinking that they are bringing the forces along with them. The fourth point is to safeguard the rights and dignity of all Southern Cameroonians, including children and women especially. You see, one of the things that Tekumbeng does is to interpret things that happens because we walk on the shoe of our mothers. As we all knew what happened when baby Caroline's head was blown off. The grandmother had to unleash, Tekumbeng was unleashed. So, but international community won't understand what that is all standing for. What's the meaning of her necketing herself in public in that perspective? So those are the shoes of our grandparents and parents that we are putting on in diaspora and able to interpret it to our...
So Sister Victorine,
yes.
Assume that we have already seen this, because one of your colleagues who have also done Pillar 3, Pillar 2 has gone through this. But I will not mind you actually explaining the importance of when you said that Big Mammy unleashed. Many people on this call who come from the international community will not actually understand the significance of that. So can you just spend a few more seconds or minutes on what you meant by unleashed there, please?
Okay. Yes. When things happens to that extreme of a death, there is no other way that our weak mothers and grandmothers can express their retaliation or insult. It's kind of insulting or curse that the doers of such acts. You know, they don't use the guns, they don't use the bullet, but when they expose their nakedness to you, it's a curse traditionally that goes towards the personnel that is carrying on such activities. So that's best I can summarize it. So they don't use the gun, so give it there.
You summarized that well, Sister Vicky. Can you just summarize on how the event went for you? You were definitely in there in the middle of the action, and how we contacted you, how CDN contacted you before and since and after. So I think it's important that we also cover that as well. Just give a flavor of how the whole process worked to where we've got to these declarations and resolutions.
In summary of the CDN activities, I think I kind of, I didn't want to repeat what everybody have said because it's all the same thing. They did it professionally. As I said, I work in that kind of FEMA and crisis management, where the part that CDN played is like logistic part in FEMA ICS 100. So those who want to know about it, they can go read it. But they were contacted. Our needs were met. We got there. We had enough time to interact with each person. We were placed in the hall where we had to express ourselves. It is not, and the best part that I enjoyed that the opening was, hey, you guys have done the survey. 4 surveys have come out and says, and we're all for independence. So now you are all here, the stakeholders, you are all here now to work, collaboratively, share ideas how we pick up from there forward. So it was so well organized, professionally placed, 100% I give it to you all. And that's much I can say, and just keep on going it in. And the last thing I wish to add on the question about those who were unable to make it and how can their voices be heard.
Exactly.
Suggesting that those who are unable to make it, at least present, those who are here now are aware of those who made it and those who will be going next time. Channel your grievances, please, those on ground zero, channel your grievances to those who are on ground zero who will be coming up. Meet them one-on-one and exchange your grievances with them. They'll speak to you better on the ground than me talking to you over the phone.
Sure.
I mean, that's the best part. Channel your grievances. Your voice must be heard. Channel your grievances. And I hope CDN will make it more broader next time to give a summit and let it be all inclusive. That way we can have working sessions and boot camps to go in there and get certain clarifications. Thank you all, and I'll continue the progress of the meeting.
Thank you, Mrs. Angel, particularly the fact that you're calling committed from work. Can I have Dr. Munzo on? I think Dr. Munzo wants to ask the questions. Dr. Simon Munzo? Can you unmute him?
Okay, thank you, moderator. Thank you,
thank you, sir.
And it's good to be here, and I wish to join my voice to commend the CDN for all the efforts they've been making for more than a year now. I mean, they're still at the task. It shows that persistence pays, is vital, and now we're beginning to see the results of something that has started more than a year ago. I say that because I was at the virtual international conference of October, November last year. Contrary to media vibes that followed the Toronto gathering, I was not in Toronto. But I appreciate the outcome of Toronto. Now, I notice, I'm directing these comments to the CDN. We've heard a lot about collaboration, dialogue, creating synergy and all of that. And the tendency has been to emphasize or try to limit that to the pro-independence groups, which is understandable. But as we know, and I understand that the focus of the CDN is Southern Cameroons. Now, Southern Cameroons is not monolithic. Southern Cameroons is not, doesn't contain only one of opinion. I think we heard Balisa Babala earlier, and we heard Professor Carlson Anyangwe when he referred to the fact that when it comes to negotiation, eventually, we are federalists, we have unionists, we have pro-independence, all of them are Southern Cameroonians. So my question, I don't know if that's a question or a comment, but something I'd like CDN to take home and think about is, do they intend at some stage to extend this effort to make sure that we do indeed create opportunities for Southern Cameroonians of all these various ideological, leanings to come together? So from that point of view, Toronto was a good start. I noticed that there was, as it were, a sprinkling of non-pro-independence actors, but I really would appeal to the CDN to take this one step further, because when the time for dialogue and negotiation comes to end this nightmare in which we are, there's no reason to suppose that the only players would be the government of Cameroon on the one side and pro-independence Southern Cameroonians on the other. So we do need, right at this point, to have that sense of inclusion, So that's a comment I wanted to share, and at the same time a suggestion, a proposal, according what you will, to the CDN. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Monzo. I think your point is exceedingly well made. I'll let co-chair Dr. Dennis, when he's making his summary, to address some of those, because that's a really pertinent point. But in that regard, I will not mind Dr. Nye from AGOVC actually coming on board, because I think, Dr. Nye, are you there to make a comment to what Dr. Monzo has just said? Mike, can you unmute Dr. Nye?
Yeah, I'm trying to find them, but I think.
Okay, Prof. Anyangwe, can you?
Prof. Anyangwe wanted to.
Prof. Anyangwe,
yes,
there?
I'm glad I'm there.
Yeah, could you throw your own voice on that? Eventually we'll go to CDN, but I think some of the all of the guys who are sitting on the platform should also be ready to answer that question.
Yes, I'm glad my friend Simon has made that point, a point which I made in an interview with John Akurumba. I made it very clear that the Southern Cameroons we're talking about is not going to be made only of, say, independentists or whatever group it is. The Southern Cameroons for all. I will most therefore seek an accommodation for everybody. And so by the same token, even in the governance of the Southern Cameroons tomorrow, it will be heresy to presume that when time comes, it's only going to be one faction or one group that is going to be in charge of running that country. No, it won't be. Similarly, we have resources amongst other of our compatriots, whom some consider on the other side. We cannot ignore that. And interestingly, just Simon is talking about the media, social media hype. I was listening to something just the other day, and they were saying, and one of the person, of course, I all of a sudden I become an enabler because they said, oh, I was associating in Toronto with Agbabala and Simon Mozo. I mean, you see how our people get derailed? They lose their focus on some of these things, and they begin to talk about things we really don't matter. But that doesn't care. That doesn't matter. I think what matters is that we recognize that every single Ambazonian who has the talent to contribute, we must tap into our talent, irrespective of his ideological stand or his political stand and so on. And that would be a very good thing for the future Ambazonian, that we can disagree, like we said earlier, disagree agreeably, and yet, yes, and yet we can still sit together and discuss things, especially matters that affect our country so fundamentally like this one.
Thank you.
So for me, it's a very good thing, and I think CDN will certainly go that direction. And I hear many voices throughout have been saying exactly the same thing, that we must try to bring as many people as we can on board.
Thank you, Professor Nyangwe. So can I get a view from one of the armed groups? So Jojo Ambazo from online, I know you're online from AMF. So you hear this, what comments would you give with respect to this question, sir?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, CDN, for this initiative. I won't say anything contrary to what Professor said. Personally, I don't care the robe that you wear. What I'm looking at what you're doing. I don't care whether you wear the robe of a unionist, an independentist, or a federalist. What I care is what you're doing. It's what you are doing, advancing our cause. That is what matters to me. At the end of the day, that's why we're talking about negotiation. At the end of the day, we will negotiate. I want everybody to be included personally. I've been studying the Good Friday Agreement, which took into consideration everybody, and everybody left the Good Friday Agreement satisfied. There were people in Good Friday. According to the Good Friday Agreement, you can choose to become British, Irish, or both. So I'm looking for such an agreement. But at the end of the day, what I want to happen is that let the majority, what a vast majority of the people want, let it be what is going to be the final solution to this conflict.
Thank you very, very much. So I'll read out the next question, and I think this is an important one. And this is one for both CDN as well as, but I'll call on some of the people on the platform. It's from Mr. Foba. It says, if the retreat was meant for building synergy amongst Ambazonians, why was it necessary to bring in non-Ambazonians, i.e. the diplomats and the observers, etc.? So that's the first part of the question. And the second part is, secondly, a synergy building initiative for the various restoration fronts, why was it necessary to bring those who do not believe in the restoration quest? So a two-part question. The first is really, Henry, if you don't mind just coming on screen to take the first one, because I think it's really important that this is very well articulated. Mr. Henry Oben, the first question, why was it necessary to bring non-Ambazonians, diplomats, observers on board? And then the second part of the question, I'll throw to somebody else. Henry, please.
Thank you, Anisama. I think the characterization of the attendees, the different attendees, is something that we need to make very clear. That the others, that the international community that attended as observers. I come from an elections field where Ghanaians who go to elect their president, and the polling stations are very secret. But you also have observers that do not have anything to do with it. They are just there to look at it. And that was the first equation. One, to look at it and to know that Southern Cameroonians are genuinely involved in peace processes. They want justice for themselves, but they also want peace. And that informed also the way the program was also developed. I don't think anybody mentioned this part, that the retreat was had two key sessions. One was an open session where you had the observers, not participants, observers, observe the deliberations, and where we had experts on specific topics sharing their experiences across the globe. And then we have closed sessions Now, those closed sessions were only Southern Cameroonians. There was no international community. And those closed sessions, like from the foundations of some of these declarations that you saw from the groups. And so that's how the retreat was structured. One, to make the international community to understand that all what you see on social media is not actually what is actually, what actually defines the Southern Cameroonian. You need to come and see where Southern Cameroonians meet, how they engage, how they discuss, and how they can constructively debate or disagree to agree, or disagree agreeably. But also there were very close sessions that were unique just for Southern Cameroonians. And we can tell you that those closed sessions, the discussions were frank, and everybody shared their own part of the story in a way that, you know, was respectful and appreciated by all. I think the other members, the delegates who attended can attest to that.
Thank you very much, Henry. The second part of the question, I think we have already answered, which is why was it necessary to bring in those who do not believe in the restoration quest? I think this was part of the sub-question that both Dr. Anyangwe and even our colleagues Jojo have also answered that part of the question. So I'll move on to the next question, which was about education from Sidel Clares Alenda. Education, elementary, primary school, and high school in some areas out of Cameroon cities have never functioned since 2017. How was this handled at the retreat? How was this handled at the retreat? And Eleanor, can you comment on that, if you don't mind? This whole idea that schools, particularly outside the urban areas, have not functioned since 2007. How did we handle this at the retreat? Mrs. Hagan, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, we did talk on that. And that is why we came up with the, where are we? With the points on pillar number 2, pillar B, the importance of promoting the rights of children to education, especially through community schools. We also mentioned the fact that if the community schools, knowing that the community schools do not suffice to, at least at the moment, to accommodate our children, we talked about the fact that the possibility of mission schools. So yeah, and then we talked about the encouragement, I mean, parents to encourage parents to consider safety and security conditions in making educational choices for school children. This is a very important point because considering like the last 2 or 3 incidences where we have children shot in the head, baby Diale and baby Brandy, we can't say children should go to school, but it is left to the parents to judge the situation and see if the environment is safe, if a child will not get through crossfire.
That's a really important point.
Her way to school. So this was really stressed. At the end of the day, the parents need to really consider, evaluate the environment and see if it makes sense at that point for a child to go to school.
No, thank you for that. Thank you for that, madam. Is Dr. Nye on board? I need somebody from one of the, is Julius on board?
If Julius is not there, I can speak.
Yes, please, of course. I'm not seeing you very well. How are you, Divine?
Yeah, so this is Divine and Aka from Egg of Sea.
Yeah, thank you, Divine.
The chairman for Council of Missions in Egg of Sea. And I was one of the participants in the Toronto event.
Yes, you are.
So maybe you want to speak on the idea of education, which I think Hagan just spoke.
Particularly the question, as you give your remarks, really help us out with this. Her key point from Sidel Teres Alenda is, the schools in the rural areas are basically not functioning for 3 years now, and that's a really bad position. So we've got a really urban rural divide now in terms of schools. So what discussions took place in Toronto, and were there any resolutions or declarations?
Yeah, so I just want to dwell specifically on that point because there was a heated debate about that. And if we even got the statistics, mostly from some of these rural areas, the data, which was the key point that actually surprised most of us who were in the room. And I'm very sure that most people also sitting here, they always speak, but they don't have the raw data. So I would take example for an extreme situation like they told us the school attendance in places like Momo is about 2%, which was very shocking to most of us. But that said, we also anchor on the point that every lives do matter. And the lives of our children, the one life is very, very critical and important. And what we actually discussed elaborately and agreed was the need of the community schools, which Hagar actually emphasized, that is extremely very important for Ambazonians to take that full responsibility about the education of our children. And one point which we also stress is that Ambazonia is not the first country that has gone through war, and children have their possibilities that people have engaged the communities to make sure education is given to the children. And one of the basic ways is to use other children within the community to start giving education to their children, or within the community, if there were some teachers who are redundant, for example, and are not using education at that particular point in time, should put 1 or 2 children in position and start teaching them instead of just staying and wondering that, oh, there's a war, and allowing our children to go astray, when actually there's no constant fighting within this community, but it's a fact of perception. They just believe that somebody is coming after them and they cannot get themselves structured and organized. And another point which we also narrowed down was, if they cannot have incentives or the ability to do that, we in the diaspora especially are ready to get them organized and structured through these educational community structures, and help them to start giving day-by-day education within their communities and making sure that our children don't stay. It's not only traditional education, by the way, what we also discussed, that matters, that, oh, you have to be going to school in order to make education valuable. Whatever form of education you can acquire, regardless of the fact that you have to go to school and depend on somebody, is still valuable. That means even children within households could be helpful. And we concluded that very important, all Ambazonians could help in one way or the other, and put especially this idea of education for our children to start benefiting as we keep on seeking for our independence moving. And also as we develop more community schools in liberated areas. Every area that is liberated, we want to make sure that they are community school proactively going on, and they are going to be sponsored by the frontline leaders, I mean, the groups that have arms on the ground. Then we're going to give that support for them to make sure that we develop our own curriculum that actually fit the need of our people. Thank you. I hear.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that.
Doctor, can I just emphasize on something?
Can we just start? It looked like only some particular people are talking. I don't know what in this meeting.
Can I make some clarification on what I said?
Yes, sir. Please proceed, Jojo.
Yeah, I realized you said when you asked me the question, I didn't give you the position of AMF. The position of AMF is that the fighters on the ground, they are not putting their lives on the line for anything other than independence. But what I was saying is that everybody will be allowed to have their say. But at the end of the day, the decision that will be arrived at will be binding to everybody. So I want this to be clear. That is their position. Their position is that they're not putting their life on the line for anything other than independence. But we are also tolerance to everybody with different opinion to sit on the negotiation table. At the end of the day, whatever decision that will arrive, I will be binding to everybody.
Okay, thank you very much. Jennifer from, wait a second. Yeah.
Mr. George, I have not spoken since. Please, can I just chip in there from AMF? I was part of the retreat.
Okay, thank you, George.
Yeah, I just want to highlight on that point that Jojo just made and the point that Dr. Muzu made, that in negotiation, we're going to go, we're not going to go, we're going to go there with all the various labelings. Yeah, while we are here, we want to bring everybody together. We know the country is going to be for everybody, every ambassador, independent of your legal dealings. But at the point of a negotiation, that's why we want to bring everybody in. At the point of a negotiation, we are going to go there. We are going to go in negotiation with one voice because we are going to go after consensus. And consensus means we have to have sample ideas from everybody, and then the majority idea is what we're going to take to the negotiation table. So it's not going to be that we're going to go to the negotiation table with people with independence faction or with federalists or what. We're going to go with the consensus, and the consensus will be probably, if it is independence or federalists, if that's what the consensus that's coming, that's the position we're going to take to the negotiation.
Okay, no, thank you very much for that, George from AMF. There's another question on the chat. Heritage, I'm coming to you next. There's another question in the chat, which I think is an important question, which is from Richard and Four. Why do we keep trying to compartmentalize ourselves as separatists, federalists, when clearly the government of Cameroon sees no distinction between federation and a separate state? If they were interested in a proper federation, we probably would not have had this crisis. Can we all agree on this simple truth, that at least from the perspective of government of Cameroon, and stop this artificial feud between federalists and separatists? Barrister Bala, are you still on? Because I will not mind your view on this one. And then,
Mr. Coordinator, there's a hand up here in ground one.
I'll come back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, the part of education.
Definitely come back to you. For education, I'll come back to you, sir. This question that's on the chat, Barrister Bala, you there?
No, he's not.
Okay. Is there anybody who feels very strongly about answering this question, which says we should not even be making this artificial separation between federation and separatists?
You've called my name. This is Jennifer. I was next
Jennifer,
to
I did call your name.
Yes. Yeah, I can comment to that and then I can say what I needed to say.
Yeah.
Let's make it clear here. When you talk about, let's not try to say things, because we know the aspirations of the people. And we have to understand that we cannot impose our aspirations on everyone. The majority carries the feeling of we want independence. But we have to understand also the position of where other comrades in this fight are located, okay? If you want to speak about why do we have to figure out a political language to speak to the international community, to speak a language that the public will understand without getting our comrades in a dangerous situation, then you will be honest to say that we can work with people who are thinking, okay, federation, all we want is people to have rights, independent rights to carry out what they need to carry out as human beings without being persecuted by some type of regime. Some of us speak here, we don't know. I'm speaking here as the chairlady of the Southern Cameroon Youth Congress. I was on the ground from 2016 and 17. I don't speak from diaspora or facade or whatever people think out there, okay? I'm saying about, I've walked the walks of the people. So the reason why my hand was up, number one, was because we need to be able to put a humanity part of this revolution. Comrade Bala spoke about our people being kidnapped. My siblings were kidnapped back home. I paid ransom, and like most of you here, you've paid ransom. At the end of the day, we are here working for our people to be free. How does that freedom come about? By negotiating, dialoguing, talking, listening to people across the board, people who may not have the same view as you, but because we're fighting a collective fight, we have to understand that it's not an individual thing. I'm going to apologize about my tone sometimes. I'm angry. I'm an angry person. So I've walked the shoes. I've talked to the Okada boys. I've talked to the boys on the ground. I've talked to the people who are actually being affected by this war. And what do they say? Diaspora have distorted the fight in one way or the other. We applaud the armed groups, but I will plead, like what Comrade Bala said, we all have one vision. We want to see peace, want to see our people flourishing, want to see our people getting resources that they need. This thing is not about independence only. It's about providing resources for our people to also accomplish what they need to accomplish in life. So I want to applaud the CDN for bringing every single stakeholder of the Anglophone crisis, Southern Cameroon issue, independence or whatever, to the same table to talk, to see and understand that our people want one thing: a place to thrive and live and provide for their families. So, my dear people on this platform, the international community, I plead with you to be patient with us. We are a battered people. We are people who have been given the short end of the stick, but we are determined and we are angry. So when we come out in different ways, and to our brothers who are sitting on the Federation bench, you will understand at some point that the majority of people you are trying to represent do not want to have anything to do with the regime. My cousin was shot in the head when I was in Bamenda, okay? December 8th, 2016, I was there in Commercial Avenue. When I speak from a place of knowing the struggles on ground zero. And I will plead to our leaders, so-called leaders, when you talk, understand you're talking to people's families who are on the ground, who are dealing with the same struggles that you don't even understand, but try to compromise and know that they are struggling. We have IDPs in Yaoundé, IDPs in Douala. Some of us in the Youth Congress, we've come together, put together processes that we're helping those IDPs as well. So my point I'm trying to make here is, let us be a little bit patient with our comrades who are sitting on the Federation bench. They are not our enemies. Our enemy is the regime that's killing our people on a daily basis. So I wanted to bring that up front. There's a lot of things I could talk about, but I wanted to hear and say that the Southern Cameroon Youth Congress, we are open to a lot of voices. We got frustrated with the infighting in the revolution. Me sitting here, I was the chair lady of the ACT platform, and the ACT was also another platform to bring groups together. Why didn't it work? I could not get hold of Sako, but I'm standing here and dedicating my time. If I need to be put on a task to reach out to the groups who are not on this platform, I would say, count me in. And I say that with all honesty in my heart, because I've seen the CDN way. They're not the only one who have come up with the platform, but they are the ones who have understood the mindset of the people. Our people need some type of collectivity that understand that everyone has a voice and everyone has something to say in our independence, in our freedom. It's us that can free us. And I thank the CDN one more time to have given us this platform. I yield.
Thank you very much. I've got 5 minutes to pass the floor back to the CDN. So can I just make the co-chairs, put the co-chairs on notice? I'm really sorry that we couldn't have taken as many questions as possible. Heritage, you're next, please.
Yes, guys.
Wait. Heritage, we need to really follow protocol, okay? We follow protocol on this platform. So you ask for the floor, then you get the floor. So, but I was just about to put my colleagues over at the CDN on notice that 5 minutes, I'll be handing the floor back to them. So the co-chairs, should be ready to take the floor back to start concluding the program. Heritage, make it very quickly. You've got 1 minute.
Okay, as I was saying before, Heritage also comes as a representative from Ground Zero, because I know we've been prosecuting this war and forgetting about where Ground Zero stands. In as much as we are trying to put people together, actually, Mother of the Nation is already putting people together. The platform we run has people from all these ideologies, AGOVC, IGK, and all those people. My take today is to see how Ground Zero can be included in our discussions. And we have been talking a lot and not understanding where Ground Zero is and what part that Ground Zero plays in our resolutions. We have done so forgetting that they are the source. Their stakeholding in this thing is enormous, because while we go back on Ground Zero, trying to get our shit straight, there are people who are gonna like vote a lot of people out because they did not take into consideration where they stand, their feelings, and other things. My take first is
Heritage, quickly. Are you saying?
Yes, my take first is to
Heritage. Are you saying quickly that the people we've got on the call from Ground Zero, the Agbobalas, the Salim Bumis, people who are actually working on the ground in Bamenda, in Boya? You've just heard from the previous speaker who was actually on the ground in Cameroon. Are you saying they're completely disconnected, even though they're on the ground in Cameroon? And I presume
yes, they are. They are actually disconnected. They may not be connecting as such. If they were connecting, we'll not be having all that type of confusion that is on the ground. Why I say so is because somebody like Balad, maybe it's on the forum like we run for Mother of the Nation, but he does not really come up and speak, or does not give impressions as to suggestions as to what Ground Zero is like, what people are looking for, what people need. I think that
what's your key proposal? I give you 1 minute.
My key proposal is we should, all of us, refocus on Ground Zero, because this discussion is not going to go just towards the side we're going with negotiation without going to know what Ground Zero thinks. But I want to bring to a fact that I want to commend CDN for how far they have come. They're not also forgetting that there is a resolution which can bring this whole war to an end. And we should start first by understanding from people like us who are putting, the people already together. Because I don't see anybody right now who is doing the work we are doing at Mother of the Nation. Mother of the Nation, we are putting everybody right now on board.
Heritage will take the action to come back to your Mothers of the Nation. We've got your point. Yes. Can I go back to Techno on Ground Zero, and then I'll pass the floor back to the CDN. So Techno on Ground Zero, please. Who put his hand up? So thank you very much, Heritage. My brother, Techno, PO4. Can you unmute him, please, Mike? Mike?
Yeah, I don't see Techno.
It says Techno POP4. He put his hand up and he really wanted to ask to unmute. I cannot unmute him myself.
Oh, I think the hand is gone.
No, he's still there. I can see. Okay. Yeah, speak.
Yep. Yeah. Good day, Mr. Coordinator.
Yeah, good day.
I'm glad to join this forum and to see. When the speakers speak about community school, I wish to ask that what about this community in rural area, which do not have access to the children do not have access to education, and this same community, military are still based there. How are we going to do about them?
Okay, no, that's an important question. I'll leave that slightly hanging in the air and wait for my CDN colleagues to pick that. I think, look, we have covered all of the key things that I really wanted us to pick up today. When I started this session by saying, I wanted those people who were not part of the Toronto retreat, who were not there, to bring them into how we even got there in the first place, what happened there, and what has happened since. And I think the whole contributions from these sessions have made that very clear. Secondly, I talked about the fact that we learned very strongly that we are engaged first within a multi-party, multi-issue dialogue amongst ourselves of voices of all hues and colors, before we ever went into a bilateral sort of conversations with La République du Cameroon. And we made the point very clearly that this is the beginning of a pretty long process. It's not going to be short. It's a beginning of a pretty long process. And all we have done as a platform is to provide a platform for all of you, the different groups of all of these different colors, to come and actually be able to talk to others as to what happened pre-Toronto, during Toronto, and post-Toronto. And with that, I'd like to pass the floor now back to co-chair either Dennis or co-chair Mrs. Nwana, whichever of you in the CDN steering committee. Thank you so much.
Coordinator, can I just break your and say something about education, please?
You can say that.
1 minute.
Literally, the floor is going to, yes, you say that, and then the floor is going to Dennis.
Yes. I just want to kind of just take a completely out of the box view on this issue of education. I don't think it is fair for us to try and take on the responsibility of education when we're in the middle of a liberation struggle. So I would completely distance myself from taking on the responsibility because we have not created capacity to be able to educate our children, given that we're in the middle of fighting a liberation struggle. And this matter should be left with the current incumbent, that is the government of Cameroon. And that is why we said that if we declare that we are not going to engage in any violence in institutions of learning, places of worship, and hospitals, we absolve ourselves from all responsibility that enable our children to be able to go to school. So we should not try and take on responsibilities at this point where we haven't developed the capacity to do it.
Thank you very much, Chairman Ford. Okay, Dennis, Chairman, co-chair, over to you. Thank you so much.
Nisama, on behalf of all of us at the coalition, I want to extend a very, very, very big hand of applause to you, Nisama, for really an amazing moderation for what is now going to be approximately 4 hours or so. This is no small feat. And we really, really honored to have you, your expertise in this, your finesse in ensuring that folks are heard, and the speaking is passed along to ensure that we have all the voices being heard as much as possible. Now, this has been a very long process, but extremely rewarding, and one that is filled with a lot of promise. The one thing that is there today, which is a reality, is that all the frontline groups, all the groups that came to Toronto remain independent individual groups. They've not coalesced into any kind of faction or any type of grouping. But our level of conversations has gradually improved. From the very first day we met in Toronto, and as it's continued, the level of understanding, the level of tolerance that Jojo talks about, and that everyone, that level is continually, we are building that. And the process that Prof. Nwana talks about is that process of, listening and actually listening, and not just listening because you're waiting for your turn to speak and you're not hearing what your counterpart is saying. But I think that overall, this process of us listening to each other is really getting hold. And this is one of the things that the coalition is extremely honored to help facilitate, to ensure that we can listen to each other, we can make things move forward. Secondly, there was a question about Big Tent that Prof. Nwana, someone had posed, and also regarding the comment from Professor Munzo, which is all welcome, and I really thank Professor Anyangwe and Jojo and others who commented on that, because from the get-go and from the coalition, the very beginning, the coalition represents is for all Southern Cameroonians, and we have tried in all our ways as possible to ensure that every Southern Cameroonian feels comfortable, coming to fora like this to express themselves, and that they will not be ostracized based on their political ideology or the way they want to see Southern Cameroons in the future, but that this will be opportunities for really very robust conversations among Southern Cameroonians and about our collective future. And so that aspect of a big tent is one that is CDN core from the very beginning to ensure that we can create this big tent for everybody to come and ideas to percolate and better ideas to move forward and be adopted, accepted by a vast majority of Southern Cameroonians to ensure that when it actually gets to be implemented, it actually has the real possibility of success. So that's the second thing I wanted to say. The last thing I wanted to say is the issue of ground zero. And I really thank Jennifer for reminding us about ground zero, and also our colleague from ground one of talking about, what is the reality on the ground. This is something that we at CDN take we hold very strongly to. Our involvement, as many of you may know from last year or so, was really making sure that whatever we're trying to do is grounded in aspirations, in thinking of what Southern Cameroonians want. And so we have had many fora in trying to really talk directly with folks on the ground, from whether they are the Agbobalas or the I don't want to say Tom, Dick, and Harry, or the average citizen, to get their opinion as to what they want. And Henry Oben here will tell you about our engagements with folks in ground one. Unfortunately, our big refugee population in ground one, and engagements that our outreaches that we've made to really understand what is going on, what they want, and our own travels there. So the important thing here is that this is a process. It is a process, and I can assure you, and I'm sure you all can assure yourself, that the next time we meet, a lot of these conversations that we are having, whether it's education, when we meet to talk about education specifically, or whatever other thematic areas that we are going to identify for ourselves as to how we deal with it, because at the end of the day, we have to lead, we have to deal with all of these issues and figure out what is it that Southern Cameroonians really want, what are the steps that we need to take to get to that destination, and how are we going to ensure that we convince not just La République, but also the international community to buy onto our agenda and help us pilot that agenda to ensure that it represents the true values of Southern Cameroonians. And I think that in order for us to do that, these conversations that we started have to be accelerated. And we need to continue to have this open mind of listening to each other and come with very constructive ideas as to how we tackle each of the key problems that we face as a people and how we collectively move forward. Because at the end of the day, they are our children, they are our brothers and sisters in ground one and ground zero who are not going to school. We know the experience of South Africa when they went for 4 years without education, 1976 to 1980. We know what that did. So there is an impetus on us to be able to figure out how to really make sure that we can change the tide and change the tide significantly, that better Southern Cameroonians. So that is our challenge here. But we know that as we continue to engage in these conversations, we are going to be able to make significant progress. And that's where I would just end my comments to say what we are asking for is just continued openness, coming to the table with full conversations and ideas as to how we move forward. And the coalition will try in its own way to be able to ensure that the platform is there, the platform is broadened, to ensure that everyone feels comfortable and the great ideas get moved forward to where we need to be. But thank you, Prof. Nwana, I cannot really thank you as much for everything, and for everyone who has worked so hard to get us to where we are. I don't see Judy here back. I think she's driving or so, but who has worked so hard to be able to get to where we are today. But it's a real great place for us to be, seeing that we can think together without anybody shouting and all of that. I really say we've made great progress. So thank you all very much.
Can I still chime in? My hand has been up, but I don't know if I can or not. What's process?
Meanwhile, I'll pass this back to you.
No. It's back to the chair.
Well, I would.
Do I have the chair's permission?
Alam, I am not as lenient as Nimwana is, so I'll say 1 minute because we.
And 10 seconds from me. I asked for it. 10 seconds.
1 minute.
Okay, I'll give you 1 minute, Alam, and I'll take Prof. Munzo for 30 seconds and we'll wrap up.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
All right, so I want to say this. Part of what I want to say is to jolt our memory and to get us into thinking. Right. One of the questions I were asked about the education, and this was a heated discussion in the hall because when we discussed this, it felt as if we were the ones who were responsible for lack of education going on, and it was clearly reminded at the hall. One of our members, I think one of the members of CDN, said, "No, let us account for the 10% that we own. We own 10% of some of that chaos." And so these resolutions are a response to that 10% that we own. So I wanted to clarify that. The lack of education or the brutality and everything that's going on right now, and our response to it is only for the 10% that we kind of own. The 90% of it is based on La Republique, LRC. So please, those of you that are out there, I needed to clarify this because I want to go with our facts. Whatever we discuss about education is the 10% of misbehavior that we have, let's say we own for now. The 90% we cannot control that. That's on LRC, the government, to do that. That's point number one. Point number two, again, to answer the question that Nisam and somebody had posed in the forum about this idea of, well, why we went to Canada and, federalism. Guys, let us some things we cannot discuss on this forum, but I just want you to think for a minute. What percentage of those in the diaspora want federation? What percentage of those in LRC want independence? And look at the environment. I'm saying this because the environment is what is going to detect this. How many federalists do you know that exist in the diaspora? And even if you're to give independence today, how many federalists will say no to it? I'm saying this because there are people specifically who even came to Toronto who mentioned that they stand for federation as a path, as a means, as a baby step to independence. That's totally different from somebody who wants solely federation. Now, I need to clarify that because some people cannot. I know. Some people cannot necessarily voice their opinion because of where they are. The environment plays a very, very critical part. And like Jennifer was saying, let us be patient with our brothers. There's nobody on this platform that I believe if they give independence today will say, no, I don't want independence. I want my federation. That's point number two. And the last point, I know that you have given me time. I'm sorry. The last point is that we need, like somebody I mentioned here, to start thinking Southern Cameroonian. Let us start thinking Southern Cameroonian. Once you start thinking Southern Cameroonian, the answer to some of these questions it's not even a debatable issue anymore. You will find ourselves all gravitating towards one direction. Let's start thinking Southern Cameroonian. I yield.
Thank you very much for that.
Can I just add something? Just give me a minute.
Please, I'm sorry. We are 4 hours into this, so please can we give Prof. Munzo the last 30 seconds?
Well, yeah, I want to take a minute before you.
At this point, it has started up for since 3 hours.
Okay, David. Let me get Prof. We had some order. I'll get to you. Let me get Prof. Munzo for 30 seconds, please.
There are hands that have been up long since before he even spoke. You should give everybody the chance to speak, please.
Well, Mr. Emmanuel, thank you for that, please. But Prof. Wana has done a fabulous job in trying to get conversation going, but we have to close at some time, right? So, and can we take 30 seconds each for just 2 people, David and Emmanuel, and then Prof. Munzo, and we'll close it there?
Heritage too, please.
Please, you've had opportunities. Please, let's give it to the other people who did not have opportunities. So, Heritage, please. Can we have Prof. Munzo for 30 seconds, and I'll keep my clock, please.
Okay. In fact, thank you, Co-Chair. I even need less than 30 seconds because my brother Alem has said basically what I was going to say. The key word is tolerance. we have to cultivate tolerance amongst ourselves. Because indeed, I'm sure that if you were to ask all Southern Cameroonians, whether federalist, unionist, or whatever, as he said, which is what I was going to say, there is no sane Southern Cameroonian who offered independence would not accept independence. Okay? Now, nevertheless, some of us know that the reality is not as simple as that. Okay? And therefore, we have to prepare for all eventualities. And federalism is one of those eventualities. And nothing makes it impossible if we have tolerance for one group of Southern Cameroonians' plan A to become the plan B of another group of Southern Cameroonians. Okay? In sorting out ourselves, especially in the context of a negotiation. All right? So we need to be tolerant, we need to be listen to each other, we need to create a situation where even if my position was not to pass for any reason, yours may be one that would pass. That's the possibility of saying, okay, my brother, my plan A has not passed. Your plan A becomes my plan B, and we go together. We must.
Thank you very much, bro.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you very much. David A, please, 30 seconds.
Yeah,
That's correct.
Still on the question of the various political visions, whether federation, independent, unionist, and so on and so forth. Now, the big question is, at the end of the day, you will need to consult Southern Cameroonians. And how will you do that? Secondly, which body will be legitimate to do that consultation? Is it the Cameroon government? Is it the CDN? If it is the CDN, where would you get your legitimacy from? Then on the question of educating, like the retreat has brought together leaders, it is fine. We're equally talking here of educating the fighters on human rights, the respect for human rights and the Geneva Convention. It is equally fine, but there are another group of people that need education, the activists. What actions are the CDN taking to try to bring these activists together so that they direct their language to the enemy and not to Southern Cameroonians? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just quick thing, just to say that the important thing about consulting Southern Cameroonians is that these conversations like this that we're having here need to continue and the ideas to percolate. So that's what I would say. There are steps, as Prof. Mana said, it's a process. So there are just steps. So we need to carry on these conversations and things. And education is definitely, for all of us, it's definitely a major component which needs to also carry on. Emmanuel, you have the last word, 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to underline something Dr. Munzu was saying, that there was just a sprinkle of people from Ground Zero in the retreat. No, that's not correct. The people from Ground Zero were represented in Montreal, in Toronto. And the second thing is, Toronto was not for separatists. Toronto was for Southern Cameroonians. I need all those who are here and those who were in the retreat to go out in their various groups and different forums they are and make people understand that Toronto was for Southern Cameroons, not only for separatists. Now, if we separatists chose to have our own forum, we can get another retreat where we discuss our separatist stuff. But Toronto was for all Southern Cameroonians. Please go out and underline these things, because in different forums, it's a lot of conflicting information people are having. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I appreciate that. And exactly that was what we attempted to do. I think that we made great progress in ensuring that Toronto was Southern Cameroon, represented Southern Cameroons. There is still a lot more work we have to do, but I think with constructive ideas from everyone, we are going to get there. Now we are officially 4 hours, 7 minutes. I want to move for us to adjourn the meeting. Do I have anyone to second?
Yeah, no, please don't adjourn yet. I have some 3 classes.
Second.
Okay.
We have 3 negotiations.
I second, so long as we close the meeting, I can continue.
No, don't close.
We can discuss after the meeting. So long as you don't close the forum, that's fine.
Well, okay, I appreciate that, Alan, for it. So we move now to officially close this meeting. And again, great thanks to everyone who is here. I mean, there are just so many people that we cannot thank for all of this. And thank you very much, and we will continue this conversation. So we are officially closed.
Okay. So
Okay,
now we're
on an unofficial note.
on official now, we're not in Janga house.
Okay, on an unofficial note.
With your best time.
Hold on,
my best time.
Hold on. We have to stop sharing on Facebook first, okay?
Yeah, we have to kill the feed first. Kill the feed first.
Meeting your unofficial.
Jennifer, don't worry.
Okay,
I get my chief
one thing and then before you talk.
No, not talk. Wait. Maybe kill the feed first. Wait, guys, don't say anything first.
I'm driving.
No, don't say anything yet. Amba Farmers, the face was still live on Facebook. Wait, don't say a word yet. Wait.
All right.
Oh boy.
Can somebody pull the plug on Facebook, please?
What were you streaming on?
I did, but I'm just confirming.
Yeah, he stopped the recording, but he didn't stop the Facebook feed yet. Just hold your brakes, guys. Hold your brakes. Don't worry. This is the best part of the meeting now.
It's still on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
What platform is it on Facebook?
It's still streaming on Facebook.
It's streaming on Facebook.
Coalition page, I think.
Oh, okay.
I'll get access to it. 1 second.
Heritage was on YouTube with